Ascension begins. Find yourself within. Take up your blade. Let the fears within fade. Stories are told as the die roll. Don't be afraid. Make your destiny will find you in me. Friends at your side, may the group with pride. Try as you might, you now live to fight. Monster nor foe can fill you with woe. Enemies in sight, it's time to roll dice. Roll for initiative. Check, please.
Well, then let's
Hello,
do-
checkers and pleasers, and welcome to Check Please.
Oh my God, we did it. Hi, I'm Beardy, your GM, and these are my lovely players.
Hello, my name is Keni. I play Louie Freeman, ice boy extraordinaire. Could ruin your relationship with a god if need be. Let's go.
I'm Skrewy. I play Stavik, the gullible one.
I bet you weren't expecting Grem. I bet you weren't expecting I'd play Valentino.
I am Shane, and I play the Vessel of the Truth.
I'm Xeno. Yummy, yummy. Make the potion. Zu'lin.
Put the potion in the bag.
Give me potion now.
So that's the energy we're coming in today, everybody. I hope you're looking forward to this one.
Wait, when are we recording?
Now.
Yeah, when do we...
Oh!
Oh, no! Hi, everyone. So, does anyone want to recap what happened last time we were here?
Sure. I'll try to keep this relatively concise. We started on the morning after we took care of the monastery, Prenia's Reach. We all woke up. Notably, Louie and Xander were off from the rest because Louie didn't want to sleep in an icky temple. After some miscommunications, the rest of the group, for some reason, came to the conclusion that Xander and Louie had maybe gotten intimate over the night, and Louie did not do anything to quash these
Xander
rumors and
started
thoughts.
it.
I mean,
These totally
sure.
accurate allegations.
I agree. But notably, Louie didn't do anything to ameliorate the situation, so now everybody completely believes this, and I honestly feel like this is worse for Louie than it is for Xander, so whoops.
I don't
I don't know.
Anyways.
I don't know if it's too bad for either of them.
We'll see about that. Anyways, we decided to make it down the mountain. Some of us on snowboards, in a sense. Valentino and Bro managed to go down in style. Stavik wanted to, as well. We were noting that he had very little in the way of health left, and that might not be the best idea, but,
I had 28 health points. That's plenty to
That's
beef
true.
it pretty
That's like
hard
more
down a
than
mountain.
half of mine.
Okay, I just want to say, do you know how much fall damage is?
That's true.
Do you know how many
that's
D6s?
fall damage, but that's fall damage, not roll damage.
That's no, honey. No.
We're in mountains.
Okay, I rest my case. In any case, we made it down to the bottom of the mountain, and we decided to camp, at which point, well, first of all, Louie decided to, spice up some food, and he accidentally put on too much salt, so then he threw the entire container of spice into it to conceal the fact that he had salted the food to hell and back. So that was really fun, and everybody in the group except for Xander essentially made fun of his cooking skills.
Xander didn't eat it.
Or the taste of the food.
Husa loved it. It was perfect.
Husa
She's not part
very
of the group.
specifically said that it wasn't even better than pine cones. And so far, every single thing that she has eaten on the surface has been better than pine cones. So that's as insulty as Husa can get, honestly, in my opinion.
Insult.
In any
I'm
case-
just waiting for her to be like, this tastes like dog shit.
Well, in any case, Stavik decided to tell Husa a little bit about where he was from. It was nice, though interesting to me that he didn't bring up his wife or his child at any point in that conversation. But, sometimes it happens. But speaking of his wife and his child, things got a little bit tense because Xander was perhaps throwing some barbs his way, and Stavik was like, "Why are you being rude to me?" And Xander was like, "Don't you remember when we had that, fight and I was like, we're done?" And then Stavik was like, "Yeah, but you don't have to be mean to me." And then everyone was like, "Okay, well, what fight?" And then Xander explained the situation where he puppeted Stavik, and then Stavik threatened to stab him in the head, and people were like, "Wait a minute, so, you're mad that Stavik's mad that you puppeted him?" And then Xander was like, "No, I'm not mad that Stavik puppeted me. I'm mad that Stavik thought it was appropriate to threaten the herald of his god because he was mad. That's a different thing." And so it started an entire conversation about Stavik and his faith and the role of faith and his priorities and some of the choices that he's been making recently. And notably, Louie and Valentino and Bro as well, I think, ran defense for Stavik at several points in the conversation.
Solid defense. It was, I felt seen.
I'm glad that you felt seen
no.
because that was truly the gentlest that conversation could go. It's
Yes.
mhm. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We also decided that Xander was going to heal Stavik, though there was a little bit of a debate and a discussion about whether Stavik deserved to be healed after everything, but we decided to go with that anyways. Notably, during the conversation, Xander revealed that he had a head friend that had, decided to take a ride after he went down on the meteor, and honestly, there was some relatively lukewarm reception to that. A lot of people suggested that maybe he had brain damage, which could potentially be true, though not mutually exclusive with, a being riding you like a passenger and potentially doing nefarious things in the background. There were some more conversations between people. Louie wanted to try out his truth serum with Bro and Zu'lin, so that was fun. We learned that the truth serum does not work very well as a truth serum because you can't really tell whether someone is telling the truth or not. So that was a little bit unfortunate.
Because it doesn't
crux of the whole thing.
they have to tell the
Yeah.
truth if they open their mouth. But they don't have to open their mouth. They
That's
can
not
just
Well,
what
that's
plead the fifth.
true, but also you can't actually know for sure whether someone is telling
they
the
passed their
truth
save
or
or
not.
not.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm.
So maybe
If
maybe a revision of that potion might be in order where you do something like make their tongue glow a specific color.
Beardy.
What if they burst into fire?
You know.
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong
So-
with you?
How about just make their nose grow?
You should make it where they
Golly.
puke every time they lie.
Okay.
Ooh.
Anyways, back to the recap. We also had some conversations between Stavik and Xander where Stavik asked to borrow the cloak of Kalorian so that he could see his daughter, and Xander was like, "You do realize that you're asking for a sacred artifact of your god so that you could see your daughter to make things less awkward?" And Stavik was like, "Yeah." And then Xander was like, "Okay, I suppose I will grant your request." So that happened, and then he asked for advice for Husa, and then Xander was like, "Listen, this started because of you doing something that was wrong, and either you can ignore the wrong or lean into the wrong that you already did, or you can commit another wrong to fix this. But either way, you're really gonna have to do something wrong in this situation. It's just a matter of which wrong can you live with, and sometimes you just have to make the decision that is best when you're handed poor cards," is essentially what his advice was. So
I have
there's
a
that.
plan.
I'm excited to listen to this plan. There's a conversation between Bastion and Xander where somehow things wrapped around to Bastion giving Xander advice about him being, a person and defined by more than what he was made to be, which is really cool. Also got a look into his strange, kooky 1920s cartoon mind, which was interesting, very strange. The conversation between Bastion and Louie was fascinating because we learned that Louie does not receive the normal effects that a person does when you give him truth serum. And in fact, he had just been choosing to tell the truth, apparently, though there is no way to actually verify that. Also, he lied about the goblins that kidnapped him.
It's true.
So that was fun. Bastion learned a little bit about Louie. Louie learned a little bit about Bastion. And then was curious why Bastion didn't want to ask him more questions. And Bastion was like, well, I don't want to do it while you're all, drugged up, because that doesn't really seem fair. And Louie was like, oh, well, I'm not drugged up. Truth serums don't work on me. I engineered this entire situation so that you would tell the truth. But I'm telling the truth. Trust me, bro. Source. Yeah. Hell yeah. So that was a really cool little fun moment. Those are kind of the big conversations, I believe, that happened that night.
One bit, we didn't mention that Louie came clean that they aren't Owen.
Oh, yeah.
Second time?
Yeah.
He.
Louie, yes, for the second time now, has come clean that he is not Owen, though this time everybody heard and processed that information, so that was
Just
really
a little
fun.
bit more this time.
The next day, as we were traveling, we got into lots of conversations about what Stavik should do about Rue. We got into conversations about what he should do about Husa. We had this interesting debate about families where people were like, wait a minute, does this mean that, Terrace is your brother and the rest of the gods are your family? And then Valentino was like, my family's pretty interesting too. And then Xander was like, well, I'll give you the award for most interesting family. And Valentino was like, I was ready to fight for it, but all right. So that was pretty cool. And Bastion said that he would be ready to watch for Xander and Stavik kissing. So that was interesting too. But in any case, I believe we ended just as we were about to make camp, and Stavik was about to be forced to make a decision about this Husa situation. So let us rejoin the session.
Well, in that case, yeah, let's do that. So here we are back in camp, and just to reiterate, it is the evening of May the 3rd, and the sun is low in the sky. Camp is quiet, and at the moment, Husa is curled up in a little ball made of stone in one of the carriages, or in the wagon, probably. But you guys have made your camp, and you're getting ready to settle in for the night, as you are now only a few days' travel from Pentris.
Oh, that's it.
And
That's
that's
it,
the
yeah.
night. We have night. She
That's
never
it,
gets up. She's dead. The end.
Apparently, yeah. Apparently, that decision got made pretty easy.
Didn't know if
Hooray!
anybody was gonna do anything before the sun went down. That's all.
No, just normal
Well,
camp. Oh, go ahead.
no, well, it has been quite normal, but I'm going to be putting up some traps as well as
Okay.
doing some hooky kooky experiments. So,
I guess Louie's gonna attempt to make up for his mistake the night prior, but you never know. 11. Cooking. 11 for cooking. It's okay.
I rolled a 15 for survival.
Very nice.
So, we'll see what I got. I'm looking for, once again, mice and rabbits.
All right.
Mostly because there was a friendly man named George who said I could take care of the rabbits.
Bro.
Oh no.
Nice. Very nice.
So, anything in store for Husa waking up, Beardy?
Yeah. So Husa is going to wake up as. There you
Get
go.
out of there.
I'm cooking.
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you.
As the sun sets, Husa will animate, as she normally does, and wakes up, stepping out of the cart, stretching. Walks over to people. Good evening. Hello.
Hello, Husa.
Evening,
Did everyone have a good day?
Oh, as always.
Very much
Very-
so.
Very eventful.
It is always strange waking up in a new place each night. I am sorry that I can't contribute more than I do, though I'm more than willing to stand guard or to hunt if you need
If
some
you
extra
feel the need
food.
to, we're not a labor camp. You don't have to contribute.
I suppose you're right.
I'm certain that Zu'lin would appreciate more traps. You seem to be very well adept at capturing small creatures.
That is true. I'm well experienced with such things. Good evening, Stavik. How is your day going?
Oh, it's going very well. I hope you were very restful. I hope it was very restful.
She nods and steps a little closer to you. Are you feeling all right today?
Sorry, I'm just looking at Keni. Sorry.
No, cooking. I mean, Louie's cooking. It's all good.
Listening.
This is gonna give them some
Craning
space.
thy-
Find somewhere to.
Also, question, Beardy, can you
Yeah.
expand the map so I can get further away from this?
No. Nope. Can't be done.
It's like asteroids. If you run off that side, you're just gonna come
You
back.
just loop
closer.
back around. Yeah.
You're wrap it around.
Mm-hmm. You wrap around, you end up being closer. Sorry.
Oh, same as I normally am. I just existing.
It seemed like yesterday you said you were not feeling well. I just hope that you're feeling better tonight.
Out of character. No, I got a headache. I'm sorry.
But in character.
But in character.
In character, we hear the Lego game building noise coming from Stavik's tent all night.
Well, Husa, I think we need to have a may need to have a talk.
Okay. What about?
Well, actually, do you mind? I don't think the group would like to. See, Skrewy's trying to word this.
Did I do something wrong?
Absolutely not. And he'll say, "Come sit."
She goes over and she sits down right in front of you.
No. Sit next to me. Sit next to me. We are equals.
I'm not sure I understand, but all right. She repositions herself to sit beside you.
I know you seem to be interested in more at the moment. I'm not quite there.
It is strange. I feel a connection to you. This must be strange for you. I'm sorry. I can't explain it.
See, this is one of those moments wherein you would save,
You gotta
so
stop
that-
interrupting yourself. Play the game.
I can't. I just because I am trying to think of how to say it.
Mm-hmm.
That is how I'm-
That's the situation Stavik's in. That's correct.
Well, I understand. For now, we can enjoy each other's company, and see where things go. Okay. For now.
Stavik, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
I'm having trouble remembering part of the last few days.
Mhm.
I remember leaving the underground with you and everyone else. And then there's sort of a gap. And then the next thing I remember, I was being taken with those awful people to that place where they tried to sell me. And luckily you all saved me. Thank you again for that. But ever since then, I feel a very strong connection to you, and I don't know why. Does that make any sense?
It does. Excuse us for a moment. Husa, could I talk to you off, over here in the, out of
Of
camp?
Of course.
And we're
Anything
gonna
you
go
need
off on
from
a, as we're going to be walking around and hopefully not stepping on any fucking traps.
As Zu'lin gets as far away as possible.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's fine. So the two of you make your way away
We're
from
just-
camp.
We're walking, basically
Yeah.
walking and talking.
Sure. Make a perception check,
You
and then
got it.
continue talking.
Valentino is going to make an eavesdropping perception check. He's just been sitting on a barrel out here, smoking a Haggy,
Hell yeah.
looking at the stars, but since they're nearby.
Does the Haggy give you disadvantage?
Mm.
I don't need it. I'm pretty bad at rolling just to begin with.
23.
Yeah. So you look around and you're able to weave your way around the snares that Zu'lin set.
Fantastic.
You don't
Let's just
accidentally
have fun.
step on any of them.
Husa, there is... Your trust in me, I feel, is unwarranted. I am not a person that you would want to be with. And the reason is that few days ago, you asked me a question. I mistook what that question meant. And in doing so, made a horrible choice to try to reverse time, in a sense, so that you would not be stuck with me. I made an awful, awful choice. And it
You can see the cogs in her brain stopping as she's taking this information in, as she's trying to process what you're saying. Please continue.
Yes, thank you. I am not a person you want to be with. You asked me. You asked me if you wanted to be mates. I replied yes at the time. To my understanding, it meant far greater of a ramification than I understood. And to try to turn back the clock so that you would be free of me. I tried to manipulate your memories so that it would have never happened. The feelings that it has been explained to me. The feelings that you have is because I said yes, and I did not know. And he will actually, he will get down on both knees and put his head down, and I do not deserve your kindness. I do not deserve your admiration. I am a selfish individual. I do not deserve you.
She is trying to process all of this and doing a poor job of it. I asked if we wanted to be mates, and you said yes?
I did, not knowing that it was a permanent pair bonding.
Then you changed your mind.
Yes.
That's not a thing that happens where I'm from.
It was explained to me that courting is not in the ways that I understand it, is not part of your culture. And I
remember you being good to me, and you gave me a fish.
Because to me, that is just basic kindness that everyone deserves.
Is there something wrong with me?
Absolutely not.
What can I do to fix this? Is it the way I act?
No.
Is it the way I look?
Absolutely not.
She takes a step closer to you. Tell me what it is. What can I do to make this right?
To my understanding, when I agreed to be your mate, it is permanent, and I don't deserve such devotion. And
Why?
you know what I am, correct?
I know that you are brave and strong and kind.
And you know that I am not technically alive.
I turn to stone half the time. Neither of us are perfect.
Me too, man.
We only have known each other for a short time, and I don't want to be your mate out of an obligation. I wanted for us to know each other. I wanted us to, if our futures aligned, for it to grow and not be what would be called a binding contract. I don't want you to be saddled with my unfortunateness.
I don't understand. Whether you feel bad about it now or not, it's already done. Tell me what I can do to make this better for you. She reaches a hand out to try to touch your shoulder, but she stops herself.
It's not about making it better for me. I don't deserve you. I am not worthy of it.
But that doesn't make any sense. You notice the tremors in her hands return.
No, that's good. That's wonderful.
Her tail gives one major lash behind her for a moment, and she takes a deep breath. I don't understand. I don't understand why you hate yourself so much. I don't understand why you changed your mind. I need a moment. And she'll turn and walk back toward the camp.
He's going to stay out in the woods on his knees.
From where Valentino is, would a 19 have been enough to overheard that?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. No, you eavesdropped that whole thing. No worries at all.
Once Husa's cleared, he's going to walk over to Stavik and pat on the shoulder. You did good. It was good for you to admit to that. But there's something you forgot to say that would answer a lot of our questions.
And what would that be?
Stavik, why haven't you mentioned you're a wife and child yet? It's kind of leading her on, don't you think?
He's not going to answer. He's just going to stay there in thought.
Well, I've known men who would have lied the whole conversation, so I think you still did the right thing. But this isn't going to get better until you give her the whole truth. And give him another pat on the shoulder and head back to camp.
Okay. Well, while the
See
two
who else
of you
wants
are
to smoke.
Sure. While the two of you are away from camp talking, Husa walks back into camp. Her hands are still shaking, and her tail is sort of wishing behind her nervously. And she's just looking at the fire.
Xander is going to step up to her.
She doesn't say anything, and maybe she doesn't notice you.
Hello, Husa.
She turns. Oh, hello. I'm sorry. I was distracted. Is there something I can
No.
do to help?
Not at all. No need to apologize. I was just wondering, how are you doing?
She goes to answer, and her voice catches in her throat.
You don't have to answer, by the way.
I've been better.
I can understand that.
I'm trying to understand.
If you'd like, later tonight, I think I can help you understand a little bit more.
She just cocks her head to the side. Okay.
A lot of things have happened, and you don't fully remember them all, and I feel like a lot of the conversation has gotten muddled. Perhaps if we were to take a walk and talk, things might become a little bit clearer, if that's all right.
Okay.
I'll come get you when I'm ready, okay?
Sure.
Take care.
She doesn't seem to understand what you mean, but she will be polite about it either way.
Perfect.
Valentino, you approach the camp.
Oh, so how are you doing?
She turns. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you. I apologize. I'm distracted tonight.
Yeah, this deserves an apology, but I'll take it. You've had a rough night. Here, take this. Gonna offer her the joint I've been going through.
She picks it up from you and looks at it.
You're breathing through it.
Okay.
Like suck on it, kind of.
And
Breathe into it.
she tries to like breathe through it, and the tip of the Haggy will light up brighter as she pulls air through it, and then she'll start to cough.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough first few pulls, but I think that it's going to help you feel a little bit better.
It is an interesting flavor.
It's not for the flavor, but I mean, if you like it, great. Just don't eat it.
I see. Thank you. And she'll hand it back to you.
All right. I mean, this puff pass, but all right. I'll take it.
Valentino, I have a question.
Well, you asked the right person. I've got the answers.
How often do people change their minds?
Got most of the answers. About what exactly? Actually, it doesn't matter. I do have your answer. Too often. Too many people are unwilling to commit to their actions. I guess too many people are unwilling to admit their mistakes as well, but too often do people backpedal at the very last moment.
This isn't something that I was prepared for.
No, I imagine in your society it's not as big of an issue. You can't really change your mind in the middle of a hunt or something, can you?
Once a pair bonds, it's for life. It's not a matter of whim anymore.
Well, as you know, for life is a little more complicated with that one.
Always seemed to work for everyone else.
Well, I mean, sure, but when does his obligation end if he's not really...
She doesn't answer. She goes back to looking at the fire.
I will tell you this. I don't know if it's the way that you will like, but he does care for you, Husa. That does count for something.
I see. Do you know why he hates himself?
Who doesn't?
I have been cracking that one open for a while now. I've got a few answers, but there'll keep being more.
He said he wasn't worthy of me, but I gave myself to him freely. What can I do to make him see that?
It's nothing you can do. It's something that has to change inside him.
People here are very complicated.
They are.
Yeah.
So, how are the preparations for dinner going, Louie?
You know, the meat's almost all cooked, and I didn't spill salt over it this time, so it'll be palatable today.
Lovely. I'm sure everyone will enjoy
I'm sure those
a
who
nice
eat food, yep,
cooked meal.
food.
Maybe I can make him a gift.
Oh no. What kind of gift, Husa?
I could maybe try and make him a sculpture.
Is that something you do?
Well, if I could get a bone from the meat from tonight's meal,
Yeah.
could carve it.
Huh.
She holds up her hands, and you note that she has pretty strong claws.
Yeah, I can, once the meat's done cooking, I can probably slide it out pretty easily, so I'll give it to you after it's done, okay?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I recommend the marrow, though, so don't waste that.
She nods.
It's supposed to be good for you, I don't know. Marrow? How do you
Marrow.
pronounce it in this language?
Bastion says, it's marrow, bro.
Thanks.
Yeah. The food smells good.
Thanks. It's not shit like yesterday.
I mean, you can only fuck up so many times, right?
I try not to fuck up ever, but I'm very good at it nonetheless.
Hell yeah.
Weirdo. And Louie will stand up and take down the cooking set we have, and he'll take the meat back and cut out the bone first before handing most people food. He looks at Xander with like a gesture of, do you want this?
Xander tilts his head and he shrugs.
Doesn't look like gold coins.
You're right, it doesn't look anything like gold coins.
There's
Louie's
probably no chocolate in it at all.
Louie's gonna put a bigger portion on his plate and then set it down in between him and Xander and then continue passing it out. Zu'lin knocks on the door of the carriage.
Zu'lin will open up the door. Yes, there's some form of issue.
Unless dinner is an issue? No.
Oh, not at all. Do you have the plate with you?
Yeah.
He'll grab it from you. Many thanks, Mr. Freeman, and then close the door.
Welcome. You're welcome.
You hear my screeching even louder.
Speaking of which,
Oh no!
Beardy.
No, don't say that.
You?
What's up?
so funny that you
Parsnips?
invented this. So, Beardy, do you recall the scientific breakthrough that I had gone through in the last night?
I do.
So I'm going to put Parsnip in a box with one of the fresh field mice.
Well,
Oh no.
how would you like me to describe this? In secret, or shall I tell everyone what happens?
Well, how juicy is it?
Oh, I mean, the other field mouse is very juicy.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, just describe it. What
Yeah.
happens?
So you take this other field mouse that you capture, and you drop it into the container with Parsnip, and there's sort of a wriggling movement as Parsnip notices the other mouse inside the enclosure, and all at once, there is this lunging that happens. Multiple little tendrils reach forward, wrap around the field mouse, coat it in a thin layer of goo, and the field mouse tries to wriggle free, but it can't get out. And you notice and watch in rapt fascination as the fur begins to dissolve, followed by the skin and then the muscles and tissues and bones of this field mouse.
I'm so proud.
I have a
Skrewy.
new goal. Make Zu'lin Crowbottom go away forever.
Do you remember when you were like, oh no, there's still some good in him? Do you remember that, Skrewy? I remember it.
By the time it's
You know, the
over,
important thing is
you note
Stavik thinks it.
by the end of the process, though, Zu'lin, you note that Parsnip has grown by 5%.
Ooh, interesting. That is interesting. All right.
That's a lot.
Got it.
That's
You
a
grew
lot
5%.
of big for one mouse.
So is it like the size of a rat or bigger? What in
mean,
the size of
it-
fruit? What is our comparison here? Is that this is the size of a banana?
I mean, it was a mouse before, so it wouldn't be a
Yeah.
rat. Yeah,
Yeah,
slightly bigger mouse.
it's still a mouse,
Like
slightly
a
bigger
plum.
mouse.
Size of a plum now.
It is not yet rat-sized. I would say that it's probably maybe the size of a tangerine.
Thank you for the fruit comparison. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So,
Oh.
hamster.
So smaller than a bread box.
Smaller than a bread box,
Still
smaller than a
smaller
hamster.
than a bread box. I don't know. Hamsters are pretty fucking smart.
Well, Zu'lin will attempt to rebag Parsnip.
Okay. Make me a dex. I'll either take a reflex save or handle animal. Take either one from you.
I don't think that's an animal anymore.
That's something else. That's wrong. That's wrong.
That is a 27 reflex.
Damn.
Zu'lin, you manage to get in there and you put on your extra thick gloves and you reach down and you manage to grab hold, scooping Parsnip up, and you place Parsnip in a glass container, stoppering it so that Parsnip cannot escape.
All right.
You know
Good
how.
session today, y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah. You now
I
have
agree.
Parsnip in a glass container that is very portable.
And after that, Zu'lin's going to whip off his heavy gloves, put on his normal ones, and is going to exit the cart.
They're gonna
Wonderful.
even eat your delicious dinner.
Yes,
How
his
rude.
dinner.
Oh,
Oh,
Now he's eating it.
you're joining us. Good.
I wouldn't have wanted to wait too long, or the food would have gone cold.
Good. Bastion, come on. You don't have to sit away from the group. And Louie will pat the space next to him.
Yeah, Bastion comes in and sits down.
Good.
Well, hey, you did a really good job tonight. It's really tasty.
Thanks.
What? You don't like a compliment? All right.
No, it's just... It doesn't really feel good after the night prior. Can you just give me a couple of nights of being good at something?
Well, look, like I said before, those salt shaker places, like they fucking know about this stuff, and they really need to design those containers different because like everybody has the salt lid problem at least
Mhm.
once, you know.
Of course.
I mean, it's already good now. It's like I can't complain. It's red meat.
Yeah, I mean, if we're in Pentress for a little bit longer than a couple of days, maybe we could stay at a place that had a kitchen or something so I could keep making meals, because you know, I'm okay at it. Stuff. I don't know. I kind of miss the place in Louisiana. If that's, I don't know if that's weird or not.
Why would that be weird?
Because I didn't really consider it a home, but it was a nice place to. Well, other than when the bodies randomly showed up, but it was mostly a nice place. I miss the piano a lot.
What's a home anyway?
I
I
don't
agree.
know.
It was a place that we could kind of solidify our us as a group.
We're still not so good at that, huh?
I didn't say that. I think we'll find out. Give our
think
tips.
we're okay.
Oh, you traveled with someone before that you were tighter with?
Yeah, definitely.
Alright, fair. I guess it's true for me as well, but
Exactly.
time heals that. Well, it's only been, what, a couple of months?
True. I guess with the case of some people that I've been with, it's more like my life was so intrinsically revolved around them that just felt a lot more natural. There was a lot of instances where we just understood each other on a different way. Speech wasn't always needed. Sometimes it was just looks or... Gosh, I don't even know. Sometimes I felt like they could read my mind.
I know what you mean. I knew someone like that as well.
But... yes, Zu'lin?
Well, of course, if you're adventuring with that individual, if something were to happen to them and you're that close, the damage could be irreparable.
I know. That's why I don't travel with them anymore. People have to do their own things sometimes.
Well, I tell you what, you all had my back when it's been life or death. And I can tell you from experience, that's not a given. So, we good as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Indeed, I thought that all of us are quite swell.
Maybe it's me. I'm sorry.
Nothing to be sorry about.
I also feel bad that the Owen Gambit didn't really work to the benefit of the party. That was partially the intent, was to make sure everyone stayed safe, but didn't really work out that way, and I'm sorry.
How's that?
Well, you know, when we were in those mines and you're kind of like cornered by those insects, and I was like,
I don't remember anything
Stavik,
like that. I
go
remember backing them into a corner and beating
protect
the shit
that.
out of them.
Oh, you just don't remember. Okay, never mind. I don't have to bring it up then. My bad.
Me being cornered? It must have just been the angle you were watching from.
Vividly
Or-
remember Valentino bleeding out.
Maybe you saw me drawing them into my trap.
If that's what we're gonna call a trap, then sure.
Yes, it's only the most clever of traps are always the most subtle.
So is this like a self-confidence thing that you'd like do so that you feel better, or do you actually have like memory loss? I'm trying to figure that out.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Nothing. Memory loss it is. You're doing great.
Look around the group like, is anyone, what is he talking about?
Well, you have one masked person. Husa wasn't there.
Xander just looks between the two of them with a completely blank expression.
Of course he does.
Bastion?
What's up?
Was he reacting
sorry.
to Louie talking
I
about?
was I was really enjoying this meal. What were you talking about?
You know what? I think he has the same thing, actually, so...
Yeah, he agrees with me.
I mean, I don't want to be.
Oh, you
He
don't
was
agree
saying
with
I was
me,
getting cornered
Bastion?
in some mine or something.
I mean, he looks back and forth between Val and Louie. I don't really know what was going on, so I don't really want to be on anybody's shit list. So you're
Damn.
probably both making points that are good. What were you talking about?
Oh, I was apologizing that the Owen Gambit didn't benefit the group more.
Oh, I mean, what can you do? I mean, you tried. That's what's important, you know?
Louie's gonna
was a
reach
cool-
over and flick Bastion's forehead.
What?
Your
It was a
space
cool idea.
case tonight.
I was really enjoying the food. Sorry.
You don't have to apologize. I am teasing you. I am being
Oh.
playful.
Oh, okay.
Fun, Louie.
Gotcha.
This is
anyone
as
know
fun
what
as
the
it gets, I guess.
Well, I am assuming that they're talking about when we were surrounded by the giant beetles. I guess things did appear quite hairy for you in that instance, but I've seen you pull through quite a bit, so I would assume by your calculations, perhaps no danger is actually seen.
Yeah, exactly. That's basically what that matters.
Louie's just gonna start writing in his journal. Yeah, memory loss.
This food is very good. It's much better than yesterday's.
It's even better than pine cones.
Thanks, Husa. I really appreciate the compliment.
Oh, you're quite welcome. It's much better than pine cones.
Yeah, I would agree.
You remind me of Kasabi more than Stavik does.
Who?
That's it.
It's the
That's
stuff
why.
from Quay that they put in their food.
Oh no, Kasabi is a person I knew in Sejun.
From Sejun.
Oh. I'm sorry.
An interesting individual. Zuna will ask it as a question.
She was a good friend while I was in jail.
Oh, I love those kinds of friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, you everyone needs a prison homie.
Prison homie.
Yeah. Is that one that you went by?
I don't
Oh,
think
I
anyone
imagine
called me
the
that.
Sejunese nomenclature is probably a little different, but
I don't think they actually have a... Well, I don't think it would translate the same as homie. But it's similar stuff, but also not. Languages are weird. But fun. Fun. Definitely fun. But she just helped me out a little bit before I met Jackie, because there was just some problems that arose while I was there, and she took care of me there. And then I requested Jackie to pull some strings, maybe to get her out of jail at some point.
So I am assuming that this is a good comparison then. That is to say, favorable in our friend's case.
I think it's a fairly accurate comparison, and that's what's most important.
Yeah.
wait, you know Wasabi as well?
I just told him the story while we were on the mountain.
I see.
Yes.
But I really liked her while I was in jail, so.
Actually, I suppose referring back to your, as you say, Owen ploy, I would assume that is why the three of you have been so close-knit behind
mean-
closed doors.
Kind of, but mostly Stavik only really went to talk to Xander. I can't help but imagine that instinctively he just didn't believe me or something. Which, don't get me wrong, I don't think I'm the best liar in the world, but, I'm sure there's non-existent gut feelings that he had. Non-existent in the sense that he doesn't physically have a gut.
Have a gut.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe it's like
Soul
he felt it
feelings?
in his bones or something. You know?
Ooh, I like that better. That actually works
Yeah.
a lot better.
Yeah, yeah.
It is quite the heavy ask to have someone believe that you are a god, is it not?
Oh,
Is
believe
it?
me, it's hard.
Oh. Okay.
Speaking of which, where is our friend?
Who saw him last?
Oh, I saw that.
He is in the woods. That's where I saw him last.
Yeah, I think he's out there crying.
I don't think skeletons can cry.
Yeah, well, that's he doesn't have eyes,
You
so
would-
I couldn't be sure. But I think that if he had eyes, he would be.
Skeletons can, in fact, cry.
I don't
That's sad.
think he
What?
was crying.
Do you,
How do you know
want
that?
him to cry?
No.
Oh,
I
okay.
want him to be happy. I want to support him as best I can.
Oh, honey.
How do you know that skeletons can cry, Xander?
Xander just
He
smiles.
can make 'em.
So,
That's horrifying.
anyways, I'm glad you're a really supportive person, Husa. It seems like it's part of your nature.
Are Requiem and Rhapsody at the camp?
Yes.
They're around, yeah.
Should I go get Stavik?
Why? Would you like me to make him cry?
I would not like that, no. But I was you asked where he was, so I thought maybe you wanted me to grab. Not you, Louie.
Oh, I don't... He can come back when he's ready. I don't think there's any need to push that. Like, I don't know.
Okay.
Sometimes people just need time by themselves.
So where are the other skeletons then located? Since they're not really in the map.
Oh,
I
assume
imagine
just
they're in the
nearby.
cart or nearby. Yeah, one of the two.
I'm gonna go over where they are. If they're especially if they're in the cart, I'm gonna like huddle over by them. Like, hey, you guys, are your working conditions okay?
They take no notice of you whatsoever.
Oh, that's
They neither answer you nor
Cursed.
even make the indication that they see you. They simply
It's
stand
worse
there.
than I
so
thought.
cursed, and I love it.
Fuck. Look, I get if you can't say anything, but just know. There for you, solidarity. Will make sure that your situation improves.
They don't even have dental.
Go back over to the group.
Oh, I actually had some questions for him, so I suppose I'll see myself off.
Okay. Be safe. And, scream really loudly if you're in trouble.
I would assume that you would hear the explosions first.
That works too.
Yes.
We hear an
Skrewy?
explosion, then we hear Stavik scream, and then we hear Zu'lin scream.
Skrewy, I need you to understand I was just asking him to be safe. I don't think you're a fucking threat.
Oh,
Wait, hold on a second.
Hmm,
That's worse.
that's even fucking worse.
that's worse, yeah. Hold on. Yikes.
Listen, I think Stavik's pathetic.
Bring.
Alright, eventually Zu'lin will find Stavik. What is Stavik doing?
He is kneeling, looking, kind kind of knees basically just in front of him, hands in his lap, just staring down at the ground.
Oh no, he is crying.
Ah!
Hello, friend. Am I by chance interrupting something?
No, just deep in thought.
Would you be interested in sharing said thoughts? Of course, if they are of a personal matter, then you need not feel any need.
Just thinking where I go wrong so many times and how often it happens.
And any in particular that you're referring to? I would assume, of course, you mean by our friend Husa.
That is correct. Amongst other things.
Well, it is quite the mortal thing to make mistakes, although in this situation, I suppose that is ironic. But the best you can do is learn from them. Am I incorrect?
Ideally, yes. That would be the intelligent thing to do, is to learn from one's mistakes.
But in either case, I did not join you here to talk about such personal issues. Or at least not these personal issues.
Would you be coming here to gain data as to the effectiveness of the memory portion? I can confirm that their memories are still not fully intact, even though I do believe that they did not take the full 2 doses.
No, I suppose that information is still credible then. And in that moment, Zu'lin will go into a pack and take out his notebook and start. He'll turn to a very specific page. He goes too far, goes back, and eventually will put in some data. But actually, no, I was not here for the effects of that potion. After all, that potion was merely there for a convenience, although I suppose it did not have the effect that we were planning.
Unfortunately, memories are one thing, but pure biology is another.
Indeed, although of course still not a quantum that we can't crack. Although, if we may need to expand our resources. But
no, I think that is that is something that I do not wish to approach again. However, if you wish to continue, I would help in what manner I can.
Oh, and that's just the things that I actually am more interested in, your own personal issues, that being the state of your own death.
This is a unfortunate situation.
As we were discussing in the Temple of the Mountain, you were asking if there was a way for me to heal you. Which
That is correct.
currently, with the resources that I have at the moment, it would be impossible. But I do see some potential opportunities. unfortunately, one of those opportunities would be to get you in contact with a certain individual who is quite close and a source for me, a personal contact, if you will.
Really?
Indeed.
What was their area of expertise?
Well, they
Bone jewelry.
they're quite knowledgeable in artificing in many different applications. However, it would be quite the professional faux pas for me to be sharing such contacts.
Well, if... Is there a way that we could make it so that I don't know who they are, but we still have the conversation?
Well, I have another solution.
Is... And please, do tell.
Well, I would assume it'd be quite simple. We form a deal ourselves.
This sounds dangerous.
Now, I recall when we were first meeting at the inn, you had described that you were of a mercenary of sorts.
That is correct. If the bounty was morally good, it's so long as people didn't get hurt or, well, if the right people got hurt, was perfectly fine.
Indeed, the morality of the situation would be all decided by you, of course. But I am currently in the need for potential protection, as the last two individuals that I had hired quite a few months ago were tragically ripped apart by a blade at the edge of Parthene.
Zu'lin, you do not have to hire me to protect you. I consider you a good friend, and I would do that regardless.
Indeed, but in this sense, it is a professional contract in a sense, and I would not feel the need to keep you away from my contacts.
A paper trail.
Of a sort. And once again, it is purely protection, something I would assume that a paladin such as yourself would be quite amenable to.
You cheeky bitch.
Well, as of late, that moniker I do not believe I have yet earned to call myself. However, as a friend, I would happily enter a contract to protect you.
Quite wonderful. In that case, I will bring you to my contact in Pentris. That being said, we will see what they can do, but I do have a potential request that could, well, I suppose basically convert my healing into a more necrotic agent.
It would be definitely useful should, if we enter into any sort of scrap and Xander were to unfortunately be incapacitated to have a secondary source of healing, so as to be able to round upon those that would attack us.
Well, my concern is also greatly with influence to the fact that it seems that our friend is not 100% interested in healing you at all times.
I think that is agreeable. Yes, I will help you in this. Do we need to sign any sort of documentation?
I will fill out a form later. But
Then-
once again, this wouldn't be really changing most of your actions. I just would prefer to have the protection.
Certainly. And this would help to be able to... Yes, I think this is a good plan.
Agreed. And Zu'lin will hold out his hand.
And having his mind off his own his
Self
troubles for self-pity, he will stand up and shake on it.
And as you shake hands, the deal is signed and the pact is sealed.
Stavik don't know about no friggin' mice.
He's creepy.
That is so judgmental. Just because he has a interesting vocal pattern and happens to laugh at highly inappropriate times.
It has nothing to do with his vocal pattern, but now I see what you see. Okay.
So, anything else the two of you wanted to discuss out in the woods?
Yes. In your travels in Pentris, would you happen to know, while we are making contacts, would you happen to know of any potential necromancers in the city?
Necromancers as a profession, I suppose not, but individuals who have made artifacts for necromancers, indeed.
That would be a good start. Yes. If you're able to introduce me, wouldn't mind picking their minds.
And please do not misconstrue. I am unaware of what the cost monetarily will be for such a creation, but if
Oh,
it is
no,
within
this
our
would be-
means-
This wouldn't necessarily be creations. This would be to see if they might know others, or points me in the right direction.
Well, I can definitely say if there's anyone there in that entire city, this family would be the one you want to be talking to.
Wonderful. I'm going to stroll around the grounds, around camp for a little bit. I'm still in my own head and I want to get out of it. So I do appreciate you coming out. If you want to join me, you are more than welcome. But I'm going to meander around the area, try to organize myself.
Well, I appreciate the offer, but I think I'll be returning to the rest of the party. Just be sure that you're watching out for all of the smaller traps that I've left about the place.
I've thus far been able to avoid them. Hopefully that will continue.
Zu'lin will give a low bow and head back to the fire.
You head back to camp.
Here, shuffle, shovel. Ah! Shuffle, shovel. Ah!
Lego noise. Tribone noise.
Welcome back.
Well, thank you. I do hope I didn't keep you all waiting for my arrival.
You're just eating.
Mm-hmm. We were just having some of this delicious food.
I feel like people
Rita.
keep bringing it up.
Do you know what Stavik's favorite shapes are?
Skulls, I don't know.
His favorite shapes?
Mm-hmm. Does he like
You have favorite shapes?
triangles?
It's definitely
Oh,
a
circles.
circle.
Yeah, it
Oh.
definitely does seem like it probably.
Okay.
I think it would be circles. Are we sure?
Sometimes he forgets what they look like, though.
Oh, then I'll make sure to make many different kinds of circles for him.
Great.
And she takes the bone and she starts to use one of her clawed fingers and etches into it, carefully and slowly, as she begins to scrimshaw this bone with her own fingers.
So the shapes don't mean anything. It's just whatever shapes the recipient likes.
That's how art works, isn't it?
I was just testing you. Yeah, of course.
It's what people find pleasing. And if circles are
Xander
his...
got me on this whole testing people thing. I wanted to see how it worked out for me. I'm not really into it.
Okay. If it's a shape that Stavik likes, then I'm going to put as many of them as I can on this.
Oh, I bet you can fit a lot of them on there.
I mean, is that the only thing you're gonna put on there?
What else should I put on it?
What else
I
do
think
you know
circles
how to-
are good.
Yep, circles are good.
You know what? You know what? There's fucking like elbow bros. I say this. There's actually this shape he really likes. I'm gonna go lean forward and draw like a dick in the sand.
Oh, what is that? I've never seen that
Hey,
shape before.
Louie will
like a-
start like kicking it away. Not in front of a lady.
Oh. I
Yeah,
could
you
probably
know.
draw that on here as well. Do you think Stavik would enjoy that?
Not gonna lie, I think Skrewy would enjoy that.
I
Yeah.
don't
think he would love it.
think
Oh.
personally, I don't think you should, but it is your choice in the end.
Bastion is trying to suppress laughter. Failing. I think I'll stick with circles then.
Yeah, that sounds
For the
great.
best.
Louie's gonna elbow Bastion's gut.
What? I didn't say it. It was Val's idea anyway.
You didn't
Why
stop
am I
it.
getting elbowed? Is my responsibility to stop Val?
That's not gonna happen.
It's all of our
Shit.
responsibility to protect people.
Okay.
You can all try to stop me together. It's not going to do a thing.
Yeah, like, I mean, don't you think it'd be funny if, like, Gusa gives him, like, gives Stavik a gift and it's got, like, a big dick on it?
She is a lady. We should not be teaching her inappropriate
She
things.
doesn't- She doesn't know what it means.
Yes, and that's worse. It's like being made fun of.
But he needs one so badly.
Ugh. Ugh. Why are you so gross? Ugh.
It's just biology. For us.
Ugh.
For Stavik, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. That's just how
Well,
he is.
supposedly it used to be part of his biology. Supposedly.
Well, you think Stavik was a chick?
No. Well, I don't even
That'd
know
be
if
wild,
Stavik
wouldn't
is Stavik. You know what I mean?
I mean, that's true. We kind
Can
of
we, like-
I asked him about it last night, and he was just like, "Oh yeah, obviously."
Hey, Zu'lin, can't you like measure bones and tell if it's like the hips are like a dude's or not?
I mean, they're not even his bones to begin with, remember? They're...
Oh shit, really?
Was that not a group known thing?
I might have forgotten.
No, I totally
know they're
knew that. I knew it.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, well, shit, I don't know then. Maybe for all we know, Stavik's a girl. I don't know. Maybe we should ask.
I feel like he
Stavik-
wouldn't know.
To his understanding, is a man. And yes,
Husa nods
he did
confidently.
have one.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know if he had a spin?
Yes.
All right.
Xander is cursed with much knowledge.
I'm so sorry.
That he is.
I am sorry that you know that.
Bruce.
Mm.
Yeah. Burdened with the knowledge of that forever.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, you see a flashback. Stavik.
Yeah.
We're in combat.
No.
Xander's about to do his fucking mojo, and he's like, "Trust me, I know a thing about curses." Flashed his Stavik's dick.
Shit.
Yeah. Why do you think the curse is called suppression? Because that's what he's got to do every time he calls it up.
Terrible.
That's repression.
I mean,
So,
I don't want to look at
Husa
dicks.
continues to scrimshaw away at this bone. As the night rolls forward, does anyone else have anything they would like to do or discuss on the evening of May the 3rd?
Nope.
Yes, actually.
Okay.
So Xander will have been by the fire for a while, chatting with Louie probably, but at some point very early in the morning, he is going to leave and approach Husa.
Okay. By
What
this
is she up
time
to
at
this
night,
time?
she's kind of hanging out away from the camp, away from the center of camp at least, and she's putting the finishing touches on this scrimshaw that she's been working on.
Perfect. Hello, Husa.
Hello. Do you think this looks all right? And she holds up this piece of bone that is actually covered in multiple layers of scrimshaw of various circles of different sizes, and some of them are slightly elliptical. Some of them are actually reproductions of the Owen holy symbol, the cycle circle. And it is actually surprisingly well done.
Xander is going to smile. This is actually incredible work, Husa, and he's going to pull out the talisman of Owen and show her the circle. This is incredibly well done.
I've seen the picture before, and I know that it's important to Stavik, so I wanted to include it.
Yes, it is, and that's actually something that I wanted to talk to you about. Shall we go on a little walk?
Sure. I enjoy walks. Maybe we'll
Lovely.
find Stavik, and I can give him this.
Yeah, maybe. Xander is going to take Husa on a walk in the opposite direction that
You got
Stavik
it.
was in.
Welp, goodbye, Husa.
All right, you take Husa out back. Tell her
Don't
to think
don't say
rabbits.
it like that. God, no.
You take her out back and tell her to think about rabbits for a minute. What do we got?
We just see lightning flash a few times. Like, oh, it wasn't even raining. What the fuck?
Just wanted to have a little conversation. Yeah, Xander's going to walk with Husa for about maybe like 30 minutes in that direction.
Wow.
Mhm.
After about 5 minutes, she's going to be like, we're getting kind of far from camp, aren't we?
That's quite all right, Husa. I wanted to have a very personal conversation with you about Stavik and everything.
There's no one around. Why do we need to keep going further?
Because once you said that you wished to see the daylight, and I was actually planning on showing it to you in a way that wouldn't turn you to stone, and people are sleeping. It would probably be bad to flash brightly in the middle of the night, so close to.
Is that a bluff or diplomacy?
That is a diplomacy.
Please make that.
Okay. Let's see. That's a 23.
Okay. I would hate to wake anyone in camp up. That would be rude. And she'll
Yes.
continue following you.
Lovely. We will stop once we get a pretty good distance, and then Xander's going to turn to her and say, first, I wanted to apologize for the events of the past couple of nights. I know they can't have been very pleasant for you.
You don't need to apologize to me. I feel like I'm the one that's done something terribly wrong.
Husa, you have not done anything wrong.
Are you sure? Because nothing's worked out like it should have. And it must be my fault.
No, why would that be?
Because I misunderstood. I didn't understand what was happening and misinterpreted things that meant something where I was from, but don't mean the same things here.
Husa, I know that it can be confusing and difficult navigating a relationship across borders and cultures, but I don't think you did anything wrong, and I can say for certain nobody in our group thinks that you did anything wrong.
If that's true, then why won't Stavik accept me?
I think it has to do with his family and his oath.
His family?
Stavik has, or had, when he was alive, a wife, and he has a daughter in Pentress, where we're heading.
He was already bound to someone else.
Yes.
Oh.
Though he is under the impression that his wife is gone.
I understand. There is wisdom in the ways of my people when they say that mingling with someone from a different generation is a bad idea.
That can often be the case, but sometimes ancient wisdom can be wrong, and your feelings themselves aren't.
I've been a fool. And all I can do now is try and make it right.
How are you planning on making it right?
Well, I'll do what I can to convince Stavik that he is not unworthy, that he deserves companionship and love. And I'll try to do things for him that make him realize this. Give him gifts. Perhaps do you think a massage would help him?
I don't
Do his
know.
joints need realigned?
I don't know that a massage would be particularly helpful for Stavik in this state, but perhaps if and when he becomes human again. Though that is actually something I wanted to speak to you about. The conversation we had last night were you able
Mhm.
to follow the things we were talking about? I realize we may have left you without a lot of the context.
I see. Is there something I should know?
You know that we're going to Pentris. Do you know the full details of why that is?
You're trying to find your god, aren't you? Your
In a
god is lost
sense.
there?
In a sense. Do you remember what Stavik and I said about the Herald?
No.
Do you know what a Herald is?
Hmm.
We
No.
meet a guy in the village named Harold.
Well, the best way I can describe the situation to you, Husa, is that I carry Owen with me, in a sense.
That's this one, she says, holding up the piece of bone and pointing to the circle symbol.
Xander will pull out his talisman of Owen and then release the moth from inside.
The moth will flitter around for a while and then eventually land on top of your head.
Xander will smile. I carry Owen with me everywhere, and we're going to Pentris to complete this very important mission. And if Stavik completes it, he may get what he truly desires. Stavik is under the impression that he has failed as a man, as a husband, as a father, as a paladin. And I believe he wants to redeem himself. He wants to find those who made him this way, to fix the cycle, save countless people. He wants to be a hero of a
He
sort.
is a hero.
Yes, I believe he has the potential to do great good, Husa.
She nods
And
vigorously.
he may be able to live again so that he doesn't require negative energy to be healed. Like you saw, he could be healed like anybody else. He can rest. He can have dreams again.
I would like
Husa.
him to have those things.
Yes, I know. And for what it's worth, though the others, I don't think, can possibly understand the way you feel, I do. I think we're similar, in a sense.
You think so?
Yes.
Why?
You are, in a sense, stuck between worlds. There is the world that you came from and the world that you live in now. And the world you're in now is not made for you, not exactly. It's full of strangers with rules and customs and logic that doesn't make sense to you.
It is very confusing most of the time.
And yet, the world you came from is no longer your home. You cannot return, at least not in the same way. You're different now because of the curse, because of what you've experienced, because of what you are. And I am sort of like that too. And your feelings, no matter what you try to do, regardless of whether you even remember the circumstances, those feelings are a part of you. They are primal. You cannot get rid of them any more than you could get rid of hunger. And even if you could, you wouldn't be you anymore if you did. That I can understand too. So when I say that I'm sorry, that's what I mean. I'm sorry because I understand in some small part at least.
It's confusing because where I'm from, when a pair bonds, they're together and they're happy.
Where I'm from, that is also the case, Husa. But, I mean, the thing is, once Stavik completes his mission, once he becomes a man again, there could potentially be a future, but you want children, correct?
I suppose so. It's been something that I've often thought about. Though I understand Stavik is different, and that may not be possible. But
Yes.
I'm willing to make adjustments for him.
What sort of adjustments are you willing to make, Husa?
Well, where I'm from, everyone collectively raised the next generation. Is there something like that on the surface?
Yes, there is something like that on the surface that could potentially be an option if that is what you wish and what Stavik wishes.
You talked about
Though
that.
I would like to inform you of some alternative options as well.
All right.
I can understand the confusion, the yearning that you have, and the desire to be useful, to support him, to prop him up, to help everybody realize how great he is, because you realize this and you feel that other people may not fully appreciate what you see. And so I would like to give you two options in addition to the ones that you've listed.
Okay.
The way you are right now, you cannot bear Stavik's children. But I can make Stavik a man again, and I could make you human. You could have children, just like Stavik had children once. You would be able to walk in the daylight, to enjoy the grace of the sun without the curse that your ancestors bore for reasons that are completely disconnected from you. That is a potential option. The other potential option would be going to be with his god, to support him and make sure that he returns, that Stavik can complete his mission.
I'm not sure I understand that one.
Basically, when we die, we go to the Maelstrom, normally. And currently it is in a rather destroyed state. But because of what I am, because of my abilities, I have another way. I can send you directly.
I'm not ready to be away from Stavik.
I understand. If you ever change your mind about that one, feel free to let me know, but what about the first option?
If you can make Stavik human, could you also make Stavik like me?
I could make Stavik like you.
I'm here for Stavik Evie.
Perhaps that's something we should ask Stavik.
Yes.
She seems
that is
oddly excited about that idea.
That is something that we could ask Stavik. The only issue with this is Stavik returning to his mortal form is completely dependent at the moment on the success of his mission, which is not guaranteed. And I suppose we don't know what will happen when the mission succeeds.
How difficult is it for you to do these things?
I would say that everything comes with a price. They are... Yeah?
Could you make me human for now? That way I can help out in the daytime and be useful to everyone. And then when this is all over, perhaps the two of us could be made back into how I am now.
Sure, Husa. If that is what you wish.
That way we could be bonded.
Yes. We'll have to ask Stavik about it eventually, but for now,
She nods
we can
vigorously.
certainly
Of
do
course,
that.
of course.
Yes. Before I do this, I did want to do as I promised. And Xander is going to reach out and he's going to make a gesture crossing his arms in front of his chest. And I would like to show her some daylight, please.
Okay. You cast daylight spell.
Loads immediately.
All right. So let's see. What have we got? Just the
I'm just gonna
daylight
use
spell.
Yeah, daylight via being forged.
Okay.
A little spell-like ability. So Xander's going to
That's
begin glowing with Owen's light.
It is very bright. That is certainly true. It's difficult to look directly at it.
Yes. Yes,
You can see the future if you do.
But this light and this warmth they're Owen's love. And Xander will call it off.
It was very interesting. How do you get anything done during the day with such a bright light?
Well,
Seems like
it
it
is
would blind everyone.
very high up in the sky, and we tend to not look at it unless we are certain individuals who don't mind being blinded.
Oh. Okay. I don't understand. But I'll take your word for it.
Sure. Now, about the transformation. Are you ready?
Now? She looks at herself. I think so.
All right. And Xander will take a couple of steps back.
All right. Take a couple steps back. Get yourself some space between you and the target.
Mm-hmm.
And what would you like to do?
He's going to look at Husa, and he is going to say, Husa, tell me what you would like to be.
Helpful.
And what would you like me to make you into?
One track mind.
A form that Stavik accepts.
Oh, God damn it.
All right, Husa. Then I shall do my best to grant your wish. And Xander is going to reach out, and I would like to reshape Husa.
All right. Well, in that case, you focus the deepest well of power within yourself. And as you pull at that reservoir within you, and you try to focus that immense divine energy into something tangible, you are aware that there are potentially risks for this, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, in that case, I would like you to please make a wisdom test. And as you
Sure.
roll that is where we will take our first break for the evening.
Shit. Hello, checkers and pleasers, and welcome back to more Check Please.
Hi there. All right, so we left off with Xander and Husa far away from camp, a 30 minutes walk away from camp to get some privacy as Xander cast a daylight spell to show Husa what the sun looked like, kind of.
Sort of.
Sort of. And now is offering Husa a very interesting proposition.
Mm-hmm.
To become human. And potentially, therefore, become more helpful to the group. And maybe be someone that Stavik could perhaps find it in his heart to care about.
Yeah.
God, fuck! God damn it!
Mm-hmm.
So we last ended with Xander pulling into the deep, most powerful resource at his disposal. One that you have been hesitant to tap into before because every time you use it, it tends to damage you significantly.
Yep.
And today is no different.
Ugh.
So my question first is, would you like to tell everyone what you got on your wisdom test?
Yes, I got a 16.
So would you like to re-roll that with a hero point, or would you like to let that stand?
I'm going to... Shane wants to let it stand, but I think that Xander really wants this to work out for Husa. So
Okay.
I'm going to re-roll it.
Okay.
And hopefully it's worse.
That one.
22.
A 22.
When are we going to talk to Xander about his suffering kink? And how it's affecting the party?
He's like fucking made by Owen. I don't even know where to go with this. It's a long list.
We like find out that he actually does have parents and trying to throw him like kill your parents. He's like, ooh, oh yeah, what are you gonna do next? You gonna piss on them in front of me? You piss on my parents' corpses?
Ew.
Hell yeah.
Nice. Well, Xander, in that case, you reach down into this well of power within you, and you focus it, and you shape life and reality to your whims. This energy cascades from you, and it feels like it's burning you out from within as you activate this ability. But this conduit of power is going to connect you with Husa, and something is, in fact, going to happen. And what that is the following. Apologies, I did write this immediately before the session, so apologies if this is not perfect.
Just read it, baby girl.
A ripple of divine power washes through you. There is a presence of energy that feels immense yet gentle, like the light of dawn breaking over an untouched valley. The glow begins at Husa's heart, at her core, and then radiates outward into shimmering tendrils of gold and silver light, threading through her dark gray skin like cracks in ancient stone. At first, she doesn't react. Her expression is calm, though her eyes widen slightly as she takes in what is happening. But deep within her bones, something begins to shift. There is no pain, no struggle, only a strange sensation of being unmade and remade at the same time. Her ruby red wings, I knew I was going to say that wrong, her ruby red wings flutter, the motion erratic as they begin to dissolve, the vibrant color scattering like embers caught into the wind, the membranes thin and then fade until only the faintest shimmer of magic lingers in the air where they were once spread behind her. Her long black horns begin to recede, slowly spiraling inward. Their ebony tips vanish beneath her hairline, leaving only faint ridges on her scalp, a subtle reminder of what she once was. The most noticeable change to her, however, is from her legs. Her clawed, digitigrade feet tremble and then snap forward, the joints realign with soft, effortless shifts of muscle and sinew. Her razor-sharp talons that once adorned her feet dull and flatten, reshaping into the standard five-toed array of a human. For the first time in her life, her heels touch the ground, and it's an alien sensation that almost causes her to fall forward. Her dark gray skin begins to lighten, smooth, and patches begin to spread out across her form, and eventually soften into a warmer, more fragile end result. The deep, storm-hued tones fade, revealing a sun-kissed complexion, though there are faint undertones of an ashen look to her. By the time this all finishes, the person standing before you is in an unfamiliar body, but is still herself. She breathes steadily, flexing her hands, testing her joints, and touches her face, tracing over her now smoothed forehead where her horns once sat, and she even touches her shoulders where her wings should have been. The only thing you notice that is unchanged about her is her eyes. They are identical to what they were. They're still deep, glimmering, pearlescent spheres, untouched by the change.
How
Is it over?
does Xander feel after this?
Well, Xander, you felt better.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna take effectively one little point of stat drain
Cool.
for all your
Cool,
stats.
cool. Yay.
Yay!
I'm used to this.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Xander's gonna cough up a little bit of blood, as one does. And he's going to smile at Husa. Yes, Husa, it is over now.
I don't know what to say. I feel different, but kind of the same. It feels weird to walk like this. and my balance is all wrong. Can I lean on you?
Of course, Husa. I think everything will feel a little wrong at first.
She stumbles forward and grabs onto your arm and will lean against you while she walks. I'm excited to see what Stavik thinks.
I am also very curious to see how Stavik reacts to this, Xander is going to say. And can I...
Sorry.
Can I take a look at Husa's soul? How does it look compared to before? Is it exactly the same?
It is identical.
Mac
Lovely.
and cheese.
Lovely. No, that's a different character's got mac and cheese soul.
No, oh, they would upgrade to mac and cheese? All right. I'm here for it. I'm getting more authentic cheese every day.
Xander will put an arm around Husa for balance, and he will guide her back to the camp.
Alrighty. You guide Husa back to camp, and 30 minutes pass as you walk your way back, and by the end of it, she's mostly able to walk on her own, though she still stumbles a bit.
Louie
She complains
will-
about how much softer her feet are now, and how it's difficult to walk when there's so many things that prod into her feet as she walks. So she might need a pair of shoes.
Xander, do you know who's that went?
Louie immediately stands up, seeing Xander. Is everything okay?
Husa didn't go anywhere.
Xander makes
she's
his way
on
back
there.
to camp here, and on basically leaning up against Xander is a woman that you've never seen before, though her look and general frame seems vaguely reminiscent.
Who's a this?
You got Jar Jar again.
I'm gonna fucking beat you to come over there and beat you to death myself.
Bravo. I approve.
How do you feel, Husa?
That's right, yeah.
Kind of the same, but kind of different. It's very exciting. Do you think Stavik will like it?
Ugh. I don't... I think that really all depends. I wouldn't know what his interest in women is. Nailed it.
This is for you, right? Not for him.
Yeah, you wanted to be a human because you wanted to be a human, right? That's why you did this, right? That was for you? Right? Please.
Well, it would mean I'd be more helpful to everyone because I wouldn't turn to stone during the day, and I could be useful because I could go into towns and I wouldn't cause any problems, and people wouldn't be scared of me anymore, and other reasons.
Louie takes a
mean-
step forward to her and grabs her hands.
It was Xander's idea, but I agreed to it.
Give Xander a bit of a look. Like, oh, seriously, bro. You're more than your utility to us.
And
Rosa.
when this is all over, maybe Stavik would want to become a Lintakidi with me again.
Hey, what?
That's her race, Valentino.
Well, no, I understand what that means.
Oh, okay.
What is that? But what is the whole sentence? When you put all of those words together in that sequence, it starts to get confusing again.
Well-
Was that how is he going? Is that a thing he does?
When
She
Stavik...
is- Oh, go ahead.
How did this
No.
happen?
Please, go ahead.
Well, I simply remade her into a human.
Oh, right. Okay. Easy enough. Yeah.
Yes.
Like you do.
You do.
That's what Bastion will actually say that in that cadence.
So the idea is that should Stavik no longer have
Isn't this the thing we could just
Things-
do with him then? Like, it seems like it would kind of cut off a lot of limitations he has to deal with, that we have to deal with.
Stavik is a strange case. And
I mean, you can say that again.
He has certain responsibilities that he needs to take care of before he can transform.
Like
But
at
once-
all, or like you're not really interested until that happens?
I think it's too risky currently with what he is, because he doesn't even really have a body of his own.
So, I mean, we probably know the person that he remembers never existed.
Yes, he is simply a soul that is bound to some diamond. But once this is over and he has no lingering attachments that prevent him from making good on promises, and he has a chance to live his life out, perhaps he may be interested in revisiting the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, if he wants to live in a cave all fucking day, I guess. Yeah, that sounds great.
I think a cave sounds wonderful for Stavik, personally.
I'll take your word for it. I don't know about you guys, but I'm beat. Valentino falls over and goes to sleep.
Good night.
Bastion will huck Valentino into a nearby tent. All right.
Who's
I'd like to see if I can find Stavik. I still have a gift to give him, and I'm curious to see what he thinks about what I look like now.
Do you really think your worth's only in how you look and your
No.
usefulness to other people?
Not exactly, but you've all been really helpful to me. I want to help you back. And I feel like I've been a burden. And I don't want to be.
You're not a burden, Husa. I'm sorry if being around us and the way we treated you, if that implied that to you, I'm so sorry.
No, you have nothing to apologize for. You have all been so accepting and helpful of me. I would have died, surely, if it wasn't for your help already.
You have Bastion to thank for that, actually. He was the one that chose to put you on the rock that lifted us up into the sky.
Bastion gives a thumbs up by the fire. So it's not a choice I made just for Stavik, if that is what you're worried about.
I am worried about it. I guess I was worried that you might just say things to calm the air, you know?
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Sometimes, when I was in a bad coexistence with another being, I would just say whatever would make them happy. Because it made life easier.
Oh,
And I just want to make sure that you don't have to feel that way. Ever.
was this your mate?
They are not my mate.
Oh,
I just happen to have intercourse with them often.
she looks genuinely confused about this concept.
I mean, that's a pretty normal reaction. Like, I would still just be like, there's a definitely a normal, not horrifying explanation, right?
Nope.
She doesn't seem to understand what how this relationship works. She can't seem to figure it out in her mind. She
It's
just looks confused.
complicated, I guess.
Yes, I'm gathering that lots of relationships are complicated here.
It wasn't.
They are.
Of course.
I'm sorry that you had a bad experience with that, with your not mate. But you are no longer with them. You're free.
That's right. Because I killed them.
Oh, it is much different than on the surface.
Oh, that's not normal at all. It was just my only way out.
Oh. So, did you change your mind, or were you not given a choice at all?
I wasn't given a choice in the matter.
She nods. I think I understand what that's like.
Yeah. It's not exactly the same, but I think both of us understand in a similar sense, at least. That's why I think it's very important to let you know that you're worth so much more than just a relationship.
I'm glad that all of you get to change your minds. It must be scary, but freeing at the same time.
Is she not able to anymore?
I would like to see Stavik. Do you know
Yeah.
where he is?
He's still in the forest somewhere over that way.
Do you have any extra covers? She holds up a leg.
Louie is going to take off his half cape that he's been using as a shawl, which now just shows his half burnt up shirt, and he just holds it out to her. You can tie this around your waist and skirt up.
No, something to cover. And she she sticks a leg out.
Oh,
It hurts to walk
shoes.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Here,
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I have my old boots that you can wear.
I often wondered why all of you wore covers, but I understand now.
Soft, marshmallowy feet.
It seems silly. Why would you have such weak feet?
We're just born that way. We don't have much control over that. Well, you think the gods would have some control over that, but
Doesn't
sorry,
make sense.
that's
Were,
yeah.
were your people from a place where the ground was so soft that you didn't need it? Is there a land where the ground is squishy?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
And
So you're
maybe.
from a land of squishy ground. Fascinating.
I am, at least, I guess.
I am
Okay.
from the heavens.
It's a little different. So maybe squishy?
Is the heaven squishy?
No.
Oh.
That's disappointing.
Get to it, Husa. Go find that Stavik of...
Thank you. And
Our
she'll
group.
slip on whatever footwear was given to her, and she'll head off to the east.
I sure hope she doesn't trip on your thigh highs.
It'll be a learning lesson.
This is true.
And Stavik, where are you currently?
He was basically just patrolling around the entire time. So you, given Husa's ability for tracking, she would more than likely come upon him pretty quickly. And
Yeah,
he's
she not 20.
not.
She
There you
comes at
go.
you like a fucking bloodhound. She is there. She goes straight for you. So out of the darkness approaches a woman you've never seen before.
Hello.
She is about the same height as Husa, with short, dark hair, and has kind of a wispy frame. Stavik?
Are you lost?
Not anymore.
And I'm gonna roll a perception to see if he recognizes like the eyes and the basically the shape. Oh, there you go, 20. Not a dirty 20. Usa. What? Okay. Stavik is very confused at the moment. This is not a. Did we encounter another hag?
Unless you think that Xander is a hag.
It can be sometimes.
Oh my god.
No, Xander helped me with something. And then I made this for you. And she steps closer to you and holds out a bone that is about a foot long or so. And it is heavily scrimshawed. It contains intricate repeating patterns of circles, as well as Owen's holy symbol multiple times.
This is beautiful.
They told me you liked circles, so I made you some.
Only circles.
Oh, you're probably wondering how this happened. Xander made me human. He offered and I accepted. I figured it would make things easier for everyone, including us. Walking's a bit strange, though.
He is holding this scrimshaw bone, and he is going to wordlessly just go for just a hug, and he has the bone behind them. Just hug.
She returns that hug, squeezing you with every bit of muscle she can exert. She seems very, very happy to be embraced. I'm excited to see the sun, though they told me not to look directly at it unless I wanted to go blind. So, I'm excited to look near the sun.
I have a concern.
What's your concern?
The Oracle. They made mention of how certain deities could be very put out. It was impressed upon me that to defy a deity's judgment would bear great peril. Did Xander? That is something for a future time. And he's just I'm muttering, I am so sorry.
It's all
and
right.
he's just going to continue the hug.
Well, I guess, there's something I should not have omitted. I am sorry for the way I'm acting. I did not. When I became like this, I left behind I was wed. I had a wife. I had a daughter. I hope you, I don't know if I don't know. I'm very sure she's not alive. I know in Pinterest, I believe my daughter. Would you be interested in meeting my daughter?
Yes, I would. I would like to know everything about you. And I would like to know your family as well. I have a strange favor to ask of you. And you don't need to answer right away. But now that I look like this, and I'm up here amongst everyone else, I would like a new name. Could you think of one for me? A human name? One that you think fits? You don't have to answer right away. You can think on it. But it would mean a lot to me.
I think I already have a name in my head.
You already have an answer? Wow. You had one chambered already?
No. I didn't know you were gonna ask this question, but when
I didn't
you
know I was
asked
gonna ask
the
this question. This is called improv.
When you asked the question, the name hit me like
Gorgonzola.
Gretchen. Sandra.
I have a theory, but I will send it before you say anything. I'm going to send it to Keni just so it's somewhere.
Okay, I'm gonna send. Okay, let me know when you send it
Gertrude.
because I'm gonna send it
I'm
to
ready.
you.
All right. So that I sent it to Keni. So that way, if I'm right, I can just actually have proof that I'm right rather
Yep.
than just saying I knew it, I called it. So, you know what? That's better than what I was thinking.
Are we gonna
Okay.
say it out loud? Or?
Well, what happens? What do you say, Stavik?
I think this might be appropriate. I'm not sure, but would Dawn be something you would like? It is the name given to the sunrise.
I think I like that. And she will move back in and give you another hug.
And he will reciprocate.
So I ask, any other activity for the evening of May the 3rd from anyone?
No, my mouse has been fed.
Fair.
Mine too.
Oh, goody. Louie stares at Xander for a while longer after Husa left before he sits back down at the fire to keep watch. contemplating things.
Xander wordlessly walks back off into the darkness. Do strange Xander things.
A very Xander thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, bro.
Yes, Bastion.
So, Stavik and Husa, huh?
I mean, we don't know how that conversation's going. It could go really badly, actually.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, probably not though. I think she's just gonna like throw herself at him or something. But yeah, what do you think? Human body now, huh?
I mean, it is interesting that that could happen.
Yeah. I
Not
mean,
that I'm surprised. It's curious.
Yeah, she honestly turned out cuter than I thought. Like, I would have figured that like she'd have like weird stuff, but she looked pretty
Xander is a
normal.
very good artist, thank you.
Oh, all right.
What do you mean, bro?
I mean, if it doesn't work out between her and Stavik, I guess you could try to court her. Though, I still don't really know how her magical biology works.
Yeah,
still,
I'm not
like,
in it for
when-
like lifelong commitments or anything, so I'm probably just gonna call that one a pass, just out of an abundance of caution.
I
you know?
mean, in some essences, it's very sweet, but she did get herself in a... No, it's not her fault. She came into a bad instance that she couldn't have possibly anticipated another person to act differently than all she's ever known.
Yeah, she really found herself in a pickle, huh?
We are the pickle. Our
We're pretty
entire
great
group.
pickle, though. We're pretty great pickle, though.
I feel like we're the weird
We're
kind
like
of pickle.
one of those really big
Like an
dill
egg.
pickles. What?
Okay, we're a giant dill pickle.
Yeah, like a really good big dill pickle. You know, the kind that you bite into and they're like crisp and cold and like they have that nice crunch to them. We're like that.
Are you hungry for pickles? Is that...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually hungry for pickles, yeah.
Where's Bastion getting cold pickles from?
Well,
From the cellar.
fridges were invented 40 years ago, thank you very much.
At least one of them was.
At least one of them was, and it
Yeah.
was taken into space again. I mean, we could probably see if there's a pickle cellar in that town. I'm sure there has to be. It's a huge fucking town.
Pinterest is huge. I'm sure they'll have pickles there. I'm not worried about finding pickles. I'm just saying, like,
You just
you caught me. I was hungry for pickles.
You're hungry for pickles. That's okay.
I was.
Very phallic.
I hope you'll forgive me for being hungry for pickles.
Okay.
So,
yeah, I can
how's
forgive
your-
you for that.
Good. Cool. Whew. So yeah, 2 days trip. Make it to Pinterest.
It's awesome. You were about to ask me a question.
I don't remember what it was.
Okay, not a problem.
Was it about pickles?
I don't know, Bastion. I can't read your
Are you sure?
I haven't tried to read your
What
mind.
am I thinking about right now?
Boobs.
Fuck. All right, let me try again.
Okay.
That was too easy. Give me a second. Okay.
Thighs.
Nope.
Okay. Asses.
You were close though. Yeah, we'll go with asses. Anyway, yeah. Is there anything that, I mean, I don't know. Do you think that we're gonna find Owen and finish our quest in Pinterest and save the day and save the universe and all that? It's some heavy stuff, you know?
Well, we'll definitely find the prison there, I'm sure.
But can we get the prison open? I guess is the question, right?
I guess that depends on if the key's here too.
Maybe the key is like Xander, because he was like made, right?
Maybe.
He's made to be the key or something.
I mean, if we get a chance, if Owen comes back and we get a chance to talk to him,
Yeah.
I have some things I'd like to say, I guess.
I'm gonna slap him in his face and be like, "Hey, fuck you," because like, I mean, that's how you are with the gods, so I get it.
Partially. I'm also curious, I suppose.
Yeah, I can see that.
But enough about God stuff. I talk way too much about it anyways for someone who hates them so much.
I guess. But I get it. They didn't help you, and you needed their help.
I mean, most normal people didn't help me either. In fact, they made things worse. I also blame them. It's just a much larger number and people who didn't know the full story. And yet, well, that's all behind me in my hometown. So I don't have to worry about it anymore. It's better out here. You're doing that weird quiet bastion thing again. Did I
Sorry.
talk too long?
I was looking at the fire and it kind of just caught my attention.
It's okay.
Uh,
What did you see?
possibility, I guess. If we're gonna be like weird and cryptic about it. I was just thinking about Pinterest and what we might find there, and if I have to, stab anybody to make sure we're safe. I mean, I would if we have to.
We're gonna be fine,
Probably would've-
Bastion.
I probably would if even if we didn't have to.
Oh.
I'm just saying, like, I'll do what I can. Like, I'll do what I need to do to like keep everybody safe. So
Why do you seem so melancholy?
melancholy. I was just like distracted because I got thinking about pickles again, and then I started thinking about like, what if someone tries to stop me from getting pickles? What would I do? What if somebody like got into a fight with us about pickles, and then I would have to stab somebody in the kidney?
Louie will scoot over to sit closer to him.
Sorry,
It's okay.
my brain just kind of gets slippery sometimes.
If I was able to connect our minds to understand each other even better, would you be interested in something like that?
Maybe. I'm just not sure how that works, and I've never really been one to like get into the nitty-gritties with magic before, so
It's okay.
I'm a little bit worried about something like that, actually. Is that something you'd want to do, though?
We don't have to, Bastion. I don't want to make you uncomfortable.
Okay.
I just wondered if it would help you express how you're feeling. You seem like you might be kind of self-conscious about that.
Maybe. I think I'm just kind of weird, that's all.
I think we're all weird in our own right.
Yeah. True. Except Valentino. He's just awesome.
Do you actually believe that?
Yeah, have you seen him? He's
Yes.
fucking great.
Good for you.
I once saw him like roll right between people and then jump up off of someone else's shoulders and then stab a dude with a sword. Like, that's cool.
You call him Valentino. Okay, I understand.
What?
Nothing. I get it.
I don't understand what you're saying, but all right.
Well, you know, you're the only one who's like, it's really cool, you know?
Sure. I mean, but lots of people in the group are cool. Like, what Xander does, like, I don't understand a fucking thing Xander does. I was level with you. I don't get a single bit of it. It's weird, and it doesn't make sense to me, but it's fucking strong, and I'm glad it's on our side. Speaking of, same goes to Zu'lin.
Yeah, me too.
I don't really understand what Zu'lin does. I just know that I'm glad he's not throwing bombs at us because that shit's scary.
He has hit me with bombs,
No.
though.
Yeah, I mean, every so often, but I mean, he's not trying to hit us, so it's fine.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's
gotten
not.
better. He's gotten better.
We've all gotten better.
Yeah. I mean, like, and then you, like, shit, bro. Like, you've got some crazy stuff, too. Sometimes you're shooting, like, ice at people. Sometimes you're shooting fire at people. You got cool spells. I don't understand any of that magic shit. And boom, there you are, just like, you know, weaving stuff together like crazy.
Well, I don't have access to fire anymore.
Oh, well. Okay.
Just ice now
But-
and butterflies.
I mean, a
Yeah,
pretty
why-
cool butterfly.
Yeah, why did Bastion just not compliment Stavik?
He's not there yet.
Okay, it's fair. I have. Okay, here's the thing. I have forgotten Vera enough times.
Yeah, it's
I
true.
think it's.
That's fair.
I
Fair's
think
fair.
it's fair. I think it's fair.
Mm-hmm.
It's very kind of you to think that way, Bastion.
Yeah, you're awesome. Why would you think you aren't? Like, all of you guys are cool as hell. Me? I'm just a dude that, like, stabs people in kidneys. I'm the least interesting person in this group. And that's fine. I don't need to be interesting.
Really? Of course
What?
not.
I mean, look, I like traveling and I like food. That's about the most interesting things about me. I'm also, you know, pretty popular with folks. But that's it. Anyway. I'm the least interesting person here. Everybody else has cool abilities or like magic powers or a fucking like walking skeleton. That's awesome too. I'm just a guy with a sword.
Louie's
that
gonna lean
can
forward.
Sneak around.
Are you the least interesting because you're trying to be?
Maybe. Should I not be?
I guess it really
Should I-
depends on what you want to be.
Should I be more interesting?
Why does my opinion matter?
I think your opinion always mattered.
Well,
Why do you think your opinion shouldn't matter?
because I believe that people should choose for themselves, silly.
I mean, I do choose for myself. I chose to be myself and just be, you know, bro. Do you think I need to be more over the top?
No. I was just curious if you were trying to stay low profile.
I mean, I guess a little bit. But that's really only because I don't want to rock the boat, you know? I kind of like the dynamic as it is.
What could you possibly do that would rock the boat more than all of us do already?
I don't know. I didn't want to find out.
Should we test it?
How do you want to test it?
Just lay one on me. Try something.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Come on.
Like, really, really, you're serious?
Say whatever you want, Bastion.
Okay. It's not really a say thing, it's a do thing, okay?
Okay.
But you gotta promise not to freak out.
This isn't like something where you're like gonna like remove an arm or something and the blood splurts everywhere. There's no blood involved, right?
I mean, technically, maybe. It really just depends on if I'm lucky or not.
Is the lucky part blood or not blood?
No, the unlucky part is blood. If I fuck this up, there's gonna be blood. But I also trust you not to kill me. Okay?
Okay. I'm gonna not move. And I'm just... You do your thing.
It's real easy.
Okay.
I'm just gonna stand here. He stands up and takes one step away from you. Okay? Do you see me? I'm standing right here, right?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to throw one of those ice bolts at me. Try to hit me. Preferably not in anywhere like the face or the groin or the heart, okay? Somewhere else.
Okay.
Okay? Try to wing me. I'm gonna try to do the thing, but wait. You didn't promise me first.
I promise not to mortally wound you.
That's not, I need you to promise not to freak out.
I won't freak out, Bastion.
Okay, cool. Alright, hit me. Come on. Shoot a thing at me. And if I fuck this up, no blood.
How much am I hitting?
Or sorry,
you?
if I don't fuck this up, no blood. If I fuck this up, some blood.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Louie's gonna
All right, I'm ready.
aim for his right shoulder,
Okay.
where it's still like a good amount of space, but not close to his heart.
Sounds good.
18 to hit.
18 touch attack is going to hit Bastion. All right. So do you want to describe your magic?
So Louie lifts his hand up and sort of flicks his wrist in a very direct way, his fingers extended, and he concentrates his magic in a single center on his palm. Takes a deep breath in and kind of closes his eyes for a second, which is terrible for aiming, but he sort of does it instinctively. And he wills forth an ice bolt, which is a bolt of icicle energy that goes straight through Bastion's shoulder, but as it exits through the other side of that shoulder, it comes out as a little ice butterfly that slowly dissipates into snow.
Okay. So here's what happens.
Okay.
So you conjure this icicle, and you fling it at Bastion's shoulder. And as it is cascading through the air toward Bastion, Bastion is going to shift and change ever so subtly. You notice that the shadow that is being cast from him from the fire is going to shift and move, and it is going to slide to the side of Bastion, and instead of being behind him on the ground, it's somehow now tangible, three-dimensional, and next to Bastion. And the two of them are going to slide across from each other, so that now the shadow is where Bastion was standing, and Bastion is now where the shadow was. And the icicle is going to strike the shadow in the shoulder, and then the shadow is going to crumble into nothing. A moment later, like an instant later rather, the shadow is once again back to normal on the ground behind Bastion, flickering in the light of the fire. Bastion grabs his knees, hunches himself forward, and starts to like breathe really heavily.
Hey,
Oh.
hey.
Oh shit!
You're okay.
Oh, that takes it out of me.
Did the initial attack make any noise?
No, because it's not like
It's not a semantic
not like
thing.
yeah, it's just, it doesn't have verbal components. So it's just
Sure,
like
I just mean
semantic.
the impact of the knife in the shadow exploding.
Oh, not a huge amount of sound, but if you want to make a perception check, you're welcome to.
Sure.
See if it wakes you up.
It's a 15?
Not when you're asleep.
Okay.
Louie's got a hand on Bastion's shoulder that he hit but didn't hit.
Yeah, you touch the shoulder and it's there. It's normal.
You okay?
Oh man.
Hey.
Oh, I was worried that wasn't gonna work. Holy crap.
I mean, Xander would have healed you.
Yeah, but still, like, I wasn't exactly looking forward to getting shot in the shoulder with an icicle blast. Oh man. Oh, I need a pizza. He sits down on the ground.
Louie's gonna sit down in front of him with his sitting on his knees as he looks at Bastion.
Well, hey,
So what was that?
thanks for not freaking out.
You're welcome. So welcome. But like, what was that?
What was what?
The shadow thing.
Yeah, it was like a trick I picked up.
Where?
Places.
Combat tournament.
I was, traveling with people, and some of them had some weird stuff they could do, and
Is this traveling only in Saraibo? Cause
around Burgos mostly.
okay,
Um,
right. That was
Yeah.
really cool.
it really sucks to do, and it really, really hurts.
It hurts.
Weirdly. Yeah, kinda. And it always kind of leaves me feeling sick to my stomach afterwards, and it only works about half the time. So, yeah, and I can only do it like a couple times before I just straight up pass out. So, I don't do it often, obviously. But I
Let's-
also try not to get hit at all. So
True.
I pretty much only use it for life and death shit, and I also don't use it around people that I don't trust, because like, then folks start asking questions about like, hey,
Oh.
what was that?
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It just, you told me that, you wanted me to be more interesting, so there you go.
That's not what I.
That's me being more interesting. I know that's probably not what you meant. I'm sorry.
It's fine. That's how you interpreted my words. It's okay.
Bro. I only did that because I trust you, okay?
Thank you. You don't have to stay up all night, though. You should probably get some rest, especially after
Oh, yeah.
that.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go straight to sleep after this, because, that, like I said, that sucks. So, I don't do it often.
Just so we can avoid it, when
Yeah?
we get into fights, let me use some spells on you to make it a little easier to not get hit, so you don't have to.
I mean, I'm always down for that. Like, increase my survivability all you want.
Just stay near me, okay?
I'm never more than a few steps from you, bro. You know that.
I don't, but... Good night, Bastion.
Night, bro.
Oh, and you're a weirdo.
Yep. Takes one to know one.
Hmm.
And he settles down into his pack and goes to sleep.
And then we'll keep watch for the night.
Does anyone else have any other events for the evening of May the 3rd? Okay. In that case, let's push time forward to the morning, to dawn of May the 4th.
What are
As
we
the
doing with
days
Dawn?
don't fucking work. There we go. Okay. So push forward to the morning of May 4th. And Husa and Stavik have been spending time together over the night.
Oh, that's what we're doing. Okay. There.
And the sun is beginning to come up.
Real quick, how many times have we rested since we went up to the temple? Is this the second or third time?
One moment. So since you went to the temple, you slept on the top of the mountain, and then you slept back on the road, and then you slept tonight. So you've had 3 rests since then.
I'm pretty sure I've neglected to do one then. So.
Yeah, you've had 3 rests since the battle on top of the mountain.
Okay.
So speaking of, feel free to rest your characters and reset your spells if you need to, as you have just rested between May 3rd and May 4th. But yeah, anyway, pre-dawn hours, the sun is yet to come up. Husa and Stavik are in the campsite there, and Husa is looking at the horizon. Are you sure I shouldn't at least hunker down in case I still turn to stone?
I think it will be all right.
Okay, well, if I still change, I apologize if my statue is unwieldy to move around.
It will be no problem.
Okay. Would you mind holding my hand?
Of course.
So could you just give me a
Give me a
hug?
hug.
Just like, come in here.
Yeah.
Stay here forever.
See,
Let me
I
lie
have
on
a
top
thought.
of you.
I have a thought of what could happen,
Yeah?
but I want to see what's going to happen.
Then let it go.
Oh. Okay. Well, she takes your hand, and the two of you stand there in camp, and the sun will slowly rise above the horizon, rays of light cascading across the area, filtering through the trees, and dappling the area in a beautiful little cascade of sun beams from the trees above you. As, the canopy sort of has these beautiful shafts of light coming down from the rising sun. And the sensation that you feel is, you feel that Husa is squeezing your hand very tightly.
Now, when it comes over the horizon, it will be very bright. Try not to stare directly into it.
That's what your friends told me too. I won't look directly at it. And the shafts of sunlight reach down through the canopy, and they cover the two of you. You're now covered in dappled sunlight. And if you look over, you see that she has a smile on her face.
How does it feel?
It's warmer than I thought.
Hmm.
It's like I'm near a campfire.
I cannot imagine the experience to see the sunrise for the first time.
This was why I journeyed up here in the first place. Thank you, Stavik.
You have a whole new world to explore.
I think I'm feeling tired.
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
That was what happens when one stays up all night. Come. Let us to the camp.
The two of you head back to camp, right as the rest of the crew raises up from their sleep. As 6 a.m. rolls around and Husa calls it a day, goes to sleep inside the carriage.
Oh, she's still sleeping during the day.
I guess so.
All right.
She did do an all-nighter for the first time, and now she has to have the repercussions of it.
We did what?
Sorry. Yeah, what?
An all night wait.
An all-nighter. She stayed awake all night with me.
Bastion just leans up. You guys made it all night? Holy shit. You really don't get tired, do you?
How?
Damn.
Did you use the thing that she made?
that's a great idea.
Oh,
Val, you were so right.
Ew! Why are you all so gross?
the two of you.
I'm just curious.
Tell me, do you have a standing reservation with your minds in the gutter, or is it just
The gutter
is
would be
it perchance a random visit?
My mind goes where it pleases.
Ew. Good morning, Xander.
Good morning, Louie.
Good morning, Xander.
Good morning, Stavik.
Good morning, Val.
Sorry, bro.
Good morning, Bastion.
Good morning, Xander.
Yeah, it's good morning, everyone.
Good morning,
we gotta
everyone.
get
Good morning,
Yeah.
Bastion.
Let's get camp taken down and let's head on the road. We've got a Pentress to look for in the prison and gotta go save Owen. Yep.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So with that, you guys break camp, gather your
Zu'lin-
things, and you
Zu'lin
have.
gets to the cart and
Yes.
will reply, should I be concerned that there is a young woman resting in front of my station?
That is Husa.
That is who's.
She's human now. Ta-da.
Yeah, it suits her pretty well, actually.
Is this just a change that I'm supposed to just accept as having happened?
Pretty
Yeah.
much, yeah.
Yeah, she cleaned up pretty nice, right?
Bastion.
What? I'm saying she
You can't
turned out
just say that about a woman.
Well, she's asleep. She can't hear me. And
That
besides,
doesn't
it's a
make it
compliment.
right.
Shit.
I mean, he's
Is
not
is
wrong.
there an issue with Husa being a human?
I suppose not, but it's more of the in-between that I'm confused about.
Oh, it's really quite simple. She was a Lentakivi before and wanted to be a human, so I made her human.
I mean, I
Ta-da.
Xander, I do have a question. What of, the curse?
Well, obviously she's not fucking stone
I understand, but
Yeah, she's in there
Aren't-
like snoring.
aren't
loudly.
it was impressed upon me that deities don't like it when people remove curses.
Oh no.
This is correct. Stavik, you made a promise to Husa before you really got a chance to know her that you were going to make it your mission to remove the curse from her. I knew that this was impossible. She asked me to make her a human, and so this was simply the best option under the circumstances. I did not want to make you into a liar, Stavik.
Thank you.
I mean, it worked, right? It seems like it worked.
Yes, I
I don't see what there is to be worried about. Like,
Really
I
loud
just
snoring.
just see. I have a feeling this might come back at either you or Husa. I would
Were
hate
you-
for that.
Were you concerned about this notion when you had promised to cure her as well then?
At the time, I was not aware that deities are as
What?
vindictive.
What?
well, I mean, the curse is on the Lentakivi, right? Like, she's not the Lentakivi now, so like it's not on her specifically, right? She didn't do anything, as far as I know. that was,
Louie,
like-
I'm sorry. It more so on curses. I was not. Yes, deities can be vindictive, but specifically on curses.
Yes, well, she is, as you say, not a Lentakivi anymore. Therefore, it makes sense that she does not bear the curse. Whether Ammon will see this disfavorably or not, I cannot say. Whether there will be consequences, there already are consequences, just as there are with every action and choice. But as it was my choice, I will bear the consequences.
And particularly, through what means did you use to achieve such a, I would say, phenomenal change?
Well, is that not Owen's power? The reshaping of souls, reincarnation. I simply unmade her and then remade her.
Oh yeah, simple.
It's amazing. And I'm sure hard for some. Go ahead.
One would go so far as to say a miracle.
Well, I would
suppose.
go for more disappointing. It was quite the puzzle I was hoping to solve.
We're talking on the
Oh.
road, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. In that case, my apologies. You guys are talking on the road.
Yeah.
There we go.
I am very sorry for robbing you of that puzzle.
No, it was, I suppose, the correct means. It's just, we've lost quite a bit of potential research.
I understand.
Well, yes, as a society.
Some information doesn't need to be known.
Oh, in that we can differ in opinion.
Of course. And that's completely normal.
Well, Zu'lin, I would imagine that given my purview and yours overlap significantly, perhaps we can work more closely in the future to make sure that society as a whole doesn't fall behind.
I would take you up on that offer at any time, friend.
Lovely.
I suppose she is quite loud when she snores.
Yeah. This actually what I don't know what country's term it is. Has anyone ever heard the term sawing logs for snoring?
Yes.
Of course you would. Well, I think I understand it a little bit better right now. Because it's fucking loud.
I mean, I can wake her up if you want.
Nah. Well, honestly, she should do a 24-hour sweep so that she can reset her sleep schedule to be with ours. If that's what she really wants, is to be up during the daytime. But we'd have to ask her when she gets up. I don't really want to wake her up on her first night, you know?
I mean, that'd probably be easier on Pinterest, right? Like,
Yeah.
big city,
It's,
lots of stuff to do overnight.
I guess, but...
Anyone been there before?
Bastion said he had been.
I've been there once.
Oh yeah? What was it like?
Big, it's crowded, and
Alright,
it smells
so
like
good.
shit.
I've researched it a lot.
Well, it'd be easy to stay overnight. Or stay up all night if it smells like shit.
I think Husa should probably be sleeping during the night with
You-
a locked
you know,
door and
I-
window.
While I was at the Reladine establishments, I did see that they had been working on something as some coffee shot. It's supposed
Well, there
to
we go.
re-energize you.
Huh.
Mm.
Is there a... No. I feel
It-
like the
it was not of
enjoyability
my-
of those is by ingesting it, so it kind of ruins the fun of it.
They're more viewing it as a efficiency measure. Of course, it was not of my purview, so I have not done much research on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really, it doesn't seem any different than you using magic to keep yourself from sleeping to me.
If anything, it seems like more of a waste of material.
Yeah, I just feel as though one's a spell and one's an enjoyable thing to do is to drink tea or coffee with milk.
Well, not everyone can cast spells.
It's still different than eating or drinking something, though. You know?
Yeah, not everybody has magic.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like it's that different. I savor both.
Well, I guess since I didn't really grow up with magic, I like to be able to do things as they were intended to originally, or at least make sure I remember it in case I one day am unable to use magic, because who knows? I might
When that
need
day
to.
comes, then you might be very glad for this coffee shot that can keep you awake when your spell can't.
But why not just drink coffee then?
Maybe you've got somewhere to be.
I can still drink and walk. I've done it before.
I don't know if you want to savor it.
What?
Isn't that your whole point?
I don't know. I just think that in all cases, I would just prefer drinking it over a shot.
I don't think it's like Zu'lin's kinds of shots. That would suck. Yeah, I wouldn't want that
Is
either.
it like your kind of shots?
Oh, no, not at all. More of a reference as it being a small portion of a drink.
Oh,
Yeah, so you can drink it.
Quickly.
I guess that's fine. I thought it meant the whole injection part of things.
Oh.
Oh yeah, that would suck ass. I think that would probably
That would be.
just
That's
make...
what I was saying.
That would
It
be
sounded
hot as hell.
awful.
There
But
would
I could
be-
see a use case for that, certainly.
Oh, no.
I would disagree strongly, Xander. There are far better chemicals that can induce a rising response, such as increasing adrenaline usage.
That makes sense.
Zu'lin's like, I don't drink coffee. I just do cocaine.
Oh, I got some ether glass on me.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm. You and me
Get that
both,
good
buddy.
Shit.
You've got all the drugs on you, if I remember correctly.
That's true. That is true.
Not all of them.
We're gonna get arrested and then just like, oh,
Someone pulls over our wagon.
I mean, if we do go to Parthenay, there's a chance, guys. Again.
goddamn party poopers. All of Parthenay.
Whole nation of
Believe
them.
it.
Don't you guys worry. Whole next campaign, Parthenay.
That's what
All right.
Zu'lin's memory potion is for. Don't worry about it. We're good.
So, you guys continue traveling throughout the day, and it is a reasonably decent road. Day is nice, and you continue forward with hours passing upon hours until it's just shy of midday, and your caravan has traveled about half the distance you need to travel today.
Mhm.
And as you head on this direction, the road to Pentris curves through a stretch of dense woodland, where the air is thick with the scent of damp earth and lingering smoke. Then, the first sign of trouble is the sound of buzzing flies. Their black bodies swirling in lazy circles over the carnage that you can see ahead. 3 wagons lie in ruin. Their wooden frames, are splintered, blackened by fire. The once colorful canvas coverings are torn and streaked with blood. One has been tipped onto its side. Its contents, a mix of smashed crates and spilled grain, scatters across the road, mingling with the crushed bodies of beasts of burden, their glassy eyes reflecting the afternoon light. The second wagon has been ripped apart, not by fire, but by something unnatural. Its wheels lie several feet away from the front. The axle is twisted, snapped in half, as if wrenched apart, by monstrous hands. Deep gouges scar the wooden panels, each one too wide, too erratic to be the work of mere bandits. Torn scraps of clothing hang from the wreckage, the dirt around it dragged and disturbed, as if someone or something was pulled screaming from the place amongst the cargo. The final wagon, the one closest to the tree line, still smolders, its frame blackened and sagging. The acrid scent of burnt flesh clings to the air, thick and choking. Against its charred remains, a lone survivor braces himself, his breathing ragged and uneven, his right arm bandaged, crude wrappings soaked through with blood. His posture is weak, yet tense, as if he's listening for something. His face is pale, slick with sweat, and his good hand clutches at his side, though his eyes remain alert for the danger to return. Beyond the wreckage, the woods loom, dark and waiting. The underbrush is unnaturally still. There are no birds, no wind, only the faint crackle of the dying embers and the sickly hum of insects and the distant, heavy breathing of something far too large to be a natural beast. Something is watching and waiting.
Everyone, wait a second. Just
Yeah, I mean, like, let's see.
try not to be too, deliberate with our actions right now, okay? Could I make
I
a
think we want to be the leader.
perception check about the area just to get
I would,
a better
I would
vibe
like-
about it?
in fact, I would like everyone to make a perception check, please.
Unnatural 20.
It's a 23 from Zu'lin.
26 from Valentino.
Nice.
16.
That was-
16 from
That's a
Stavik.
17.
As you guys approach this wagon train, you can see that it has clearly been attacked by something recently. There are corpses spread around, beasts of burden slain, lying on the ground, horses, oxen, things like that. There is the sound of heavy breathing coming from somewhere in the woods nearby. And this wounded man is propped up against the far wagon, and he seems to be clutching his side. His bandaged arm is bleeding through the bandages, and he is trying to stay alert as best he can. What would you like to do?
Louie, are
Yep.
you able to send a message to that individual over there?
Yeah, give me a second. And Louie will... Let me check, actually. Which
I
version I cast. No, oh, shit. Okay, so Louie conjures a moth, and he whispers a message to the man, which is,
Mhm.
we're here to help. Is there more danger? What happened? You can reply to this message.
So, just so you know, there is
How many
no
words?
character. There's no limit.
Oh, for message? Really?
Nope,
Correct.
it's
There's
just
no
sending.
limit
Cool.
for message.
Okay, cool.
Sending has a limit. Message
Because
Oh,
doesn't.
message
okay,
is
cool.
a cantrip, so if there was a limit, it would be pointless. You just send
Gotcha.
another one.
Yeah, it lasts for, I believe, 10 minutes per level.
10 minutes. Per
Cool.
level, yeah.
So
Easy.
you, yeah, so you can just communicate telepathically with anybody within whatever range.
Oh,
100 feet.
A lot of
for an
time.
hour.
Louie's gonna
Yeah.
just keep casting back and forth then for this instance. We're here to help. What happened?
You feel the mental response from your mind. Attacked. It came out of the woods. Please help me.
What was it? We're coming to help. Is it still here?
I can hear it. It's nearby. I think it might be on its way back. Please.
Gonna go help that guy.
He's asking for help. It's nearby and it's probably coming back, just so we all know. Just so we all know. Just
All right,
be
I'm
aware.
Gonna cast a couple spells real fast. I'm gonna
Yeah, if anybody has any
toss on,
pre-combat
Mage
buffs, now is the time to do it.
Expeditious retreat.
Bastion,
and
get your ass over
shield.
here.
Bastion's right next to you.
All right.
I will infuse
Don't move yet.
with a mutagen for
Oh.
strength.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
this black kind of muscle fiber will attach itself throughout your skeletal frame.
Fantastic. And that is turned on.
Wonderful. Let's see. So, Louie, you're casting mage armor on.
I don't do mage armor.
Oh, what were you casting?
Butterfly's Grace on Bastion.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Okay. Activated?
Xander, do you want the thing I did before?
Sure.
And Louie will move past Bastion and go to Xander's back and take his shoulders and move his hands down in kind of a cross pattern to his waist,
Mhm.
and he will cast Vine's Endurance on him.
Valentino, I know you're very eager to run up there. Can I actually do a knowledge check to see if I'm given the all-encompassing carnage that we see, that I could glean as
Yeah,
to
is there
what
not a check
it
we see
is?
what's going on here?
I mean, I described the damage as best you understand it.
Okay.
As far as what looks like did it,
Yeah.
a combination of fire and brute force.
Ye- Fair enough.
Okay, so there's no prints or anything?
Not that you
anything-
can see from where you're at. I mean, if you get
Or
in
anything based
closer
on
and
the noise?
examine. The heavy breathing
Yeah.
could be a lot of things.
Okay.
Just sounds
Fair enough.
big.
Um,
So yeah, if you guys want to move forward, you're welcome to do so.
No.
Well, if we...
Alright.
Oh,
oh
okay.
jeez.
Never
So-
mind.
Oh jeez, buddy,
So-
buddy.
Fuck.
No, it's fine. So
Really?
Valentino has Valentino has expeditious retreat on, so he can rush forward. Everybody else, you can move move action as well. So go ahead and move yourself a move action worth of distance if you'd like. Bastion will do the same, heading 30 feet forward.
I'm sorry, I already let go of the click before you started speaking.
I just
It's
wanted
okay.
this guy to survive.
Well, I got right up to him.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
That's
now
the
where's
problem.
target?
I don't know.
Alright,
I think he probably was a target anyway.
Zu'lin, Louie, do you guys want to stay where you're at, or do you want to move forward at all?
He'll be right behind Xander.
Oh, where's this
Or
seam
he's
this
the bad guy.
breathing is coming from?
It's echoing off the trees, so it's difficult to tell exactly. Nobody got a high enough perception to get it.
I got a fucking 23, man.
I know.
I hate being
26?
so
I got
fucking
26.
slow.
That's such a good roll for me.
Valentino at a 26 and you're telling me that's not fucking enough? What the
No, it
fuck?
wasn't. The
To
DC
know
was
which
30.
direction it's coming from? Okay.
We're
Yeah, it's echoing
level
off the
6!
trees.
Yeah, Zu'lin-
Oh, that's very doable. 30 is totally doable.
I don't know,
Yeah.
I
I just rolled a nat 1.
don't know! You're the
Oh
only one then!
no.
Alright.
All right.
Do a
Zu'lin will
30, but-
follow
oh,
Stavik.
So that's fine. So at that point, as you guys move forward, Valentino, you rush forward, and I will take a second perception check just from you.
All right, you got it.
I hate being slow.
It's a 21.
That's a 21, which is enough to succeed in this case. So here's what's going to happen. As you approach closer, you can see that this man is, like I said, trying to keep himself alert, and his eyes are scanning the area, and his left arm is kind of clutching his side. As you get closer, though, you see that his left arm, though he's clutching his side, there's not a wound there, and he, for having as bloody of a bandage as he has on his arm, he seems very alert. Like, you would imagine someone that's lost that much blood might be a little bit more dizzy or woozy or drowsy, but this guy appears to be fully cognizant at the moment, even on edge, let alone like blood loss. So as you get closer and notice that, what is going to happen is you can make an initiative check. Just you, Valentino.
You got it.
Just for you.
Just for you.
Because I like you a lot.
Oh, I'm so sweet.
I cannot. Should I
So,
just roll D20
what's-
plus the modifier?
Correct. Just a d20 plus the modifier.
Then that is an 18.
Ooh, okay. Let me see if that beats what I roll. Fuck, of course, I got a 26. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Oh,
that's-
Jesus
no.
Christ.
I couldn't have rolled
Okay,
that.
well, I tried, but I rolled a nat 19.
Okay, yeah.
So, yes, what's going to happen is you get up close. You notice these things all in sequence, that this guy doesn't have a wound on his left side. This guy's not woozy or dizzy. He's way too alert. He's way too on edge. Something is weird. Something is amiss. But all of that happens at the same time as this guy does something else. And that is, the wounded man shifts against the smoldering wagon, exhaling a shuddering breath as you approach. Up close, his skin has an unhealthy pallor. His flesh stretched too tight over the sharp cheekbones. Beads of sweat roll down his temple, and his left hand trembles, but not with weakness. His dark eyes flicker with too much awareness, tracking every movement with a quiet, unsettling intensity. His right arm remains cradled against his chest, the crude bandages wrapped thickly from shoulder to wrist, the fabric dark with blood and grime. His fingers twitch, curling reflexively, but there is something off about them, something unnatural in their motion. And then he moves. With a sudden, fluid motion, his back arches away from the wagon, his left hand flashing outward. Apologies, lost my fucking place. His left hand flashing outward, revealing a short, wickedly curved blade. His breathing steadies, too measured for a dying man, and then the bandages rupture. With a sickening rip of damp fabric and the wet snap of flesh tearing itself free, his right arm splits apart. Where there was once a human limb, it unfurls into a writhing nest of tendrils, each one thick with corded muscle, slick with glistening pinkish skin, the tips tapering into malformed fingers, some whole, some stunted, some ending in jagged, broken nails. The sudden bloom of motion is horrifying. The limbs lashing outward like striking vipers, the fingers clutching, grasping, reaching for anything within range. A guttural sound gurgles up from his throat, something between a laugh and a growl, and then he lunges.
Ew.
Let's roll initiative. And that's for everybody else, and I will set Valentino and this guy at where they would be.
Oof. Zu'lin and Stavik at 8.
God damn.
Wait.
I got a 6.
Oh no.
6, 7.
We rolled real
Really?
low. Real low as
Wow.
a
Yes.
team.
That's amazing. So I was going to roll his initiative and then set it to 2607, and I rolled another 19. So he got 2607 again.
This is gonna be great.
Cool.
That's-
That's so cool
I'm
for
excited.
him. I love that for him.
I love that for him.
Oh, wow.
I'm so proud
All
of
right.
him.
Yeah,
Happy
and then
Pride.
Valentino, you got an 1804. Okay, let's go. 1804.
Good old
from Val.
1804.
Good job, Bastion.
There we go. Okay, that was an 11 from Bastion. That's not good.
Shit, girl.
Damn.
All right. So what happens then is the tendrils snap forward like whips, their unnatural reach far greater than any human arm should allow, aiming to coil, constrict, and pull his victims up close. His remaining arm drives his blade forward with swift, precise stabs aimed at your throat and guts. His movements are too fast to be natural and human.
Because he's not.
Because he's not. He is not a human. He is a
He's
crazed
not natural.
mutant.
Wait, are you
He's-
telling me that's
A
crazy? The
mutant?
arm junk isn't just a condition?
I know
Yeah,
what he
he's a-
is.
Yeah, he's a crazed mutant.
I know what he is. He's gross.
What is he?
That's what he is. Icky.
He's gross. That's fair.
Icky.
He's gross. All right, combat begins.
Mm,
And
baby.
well, he's going to start out with a full attack.
Give him a high five with his big hand.
Oh, baby, do you know what this is?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's pretty good. What is your flat-footed AC?
My flat-footed right
24.
now Yes.
24. Okay. If it were not for that, he would have actually missed you on all of his attacks.
Wow.
Wow.
His claw strikes you for 12 points of bludgeoning slashing damage,
Okay.
and his short sword is going to stab you for another 9.
Goddamn.
Christ.
And then he is going to try and grapple you with his tentacle arms.
Oh, it's got a grapple.
It's
Has
got
he
a
considered
grab.
not doing that?
Pretty
let's
please.
Don't worry,
see.
Val. I've got
You're
you.
fine.
So that is going to put you into a grapple.
Flat-footed
and-
was the pain here.
Flat-footed was the pain here. Yeah, he would have missed everything had you not been flat-footed.
You would have been fine normally.
But he beat you on the initiative roll.
That's what makes it tasty. That's what makes combat tasty, right, kids?
It is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Spicy.
So that
Nice,
is the
nice.
crazed mutant's turn. That takes us on to Bastion. Bastion's going to say, "Get away from him, you bitch!" And he rushes forward, and he pulls out a rapier as he goes and tries to stab this guy. He's going to roll a 3 and miss. All right, that is his turn. Valentino, you are up, currently grappled by this crazed mutant's tentacle arms.
So I forget, what does grapple do to me?
Grappled means that you take a -4 to your dexterity. You take a -2 on attack rolls, combat maneuver bonus checks, except for grapple checks to either maintain or escape. So on your turn, if you want to attack, you need to make a combat maneuver and succeed. If you want to escape, you need to make a combat maneuver and succeed. Or make an escape artist and succeed.
I'll go for the escape artist then.
Okay, give me an escape artist and beat his CMD, and you will get out of the grapple.
That was a pretty I'm going to use a hero point on that one.
Okay, hero point incoming.
Just mark that real fast. Okay, let's do that roll again. That was technically better at 17.
A 17 will not escape. Would you like to use
No.
another hero point?
No.
Okay. Okay, you try to escape, but you cannot. That is your turn, and that takes us on to Louie.
Yeah. Let's see. Let me get up close enough to where I can hit him properly. All right. Louie's gonna move around Xander and just get to kind of a parallel in front of him, and he's gonna breathe in. And you see for a moment that he moves his right arm up and then freezes. And then he flicks his left hand and casts Snowball at the mutant man.
Mm-hmm. The crazed mutant.
The crazed mutant man. And that's a 16 touch. I don't know if precise shot matters in this moment.
Precise shot would matter, but you do have it, right? So no worries there. But yeah, 16 touch will hit. You do 23 points of cold damage.
Ooh, that's a good number.
Very nice. That's a good amount. Yeah, and he is going to be struck by that, and yeah, he's unhappy.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Bitch.
now injured.
Get sad.
Anything else from Louie?
That is all he can do, so he simply prepares himself by adjusting his stance and flicking his hand so that his spellbook turns a page in front of him with the ice butterfly holding it.
Stavik, you have initiative.
Wonderful. I would like to move up 20 feet.
Okay.
And I'd like to get into lunge. I'd like to move up, get into lunge stance, ready in action if he comes into range.
Okay.
Would that be permitted?
Yeah, you could do that. So you can move
do
forward
that.
while adopting lunge stance, and then
Mhm.
ready in action to attack if anybody enters your threatened area.
Correct.
That is fine. So I will activate lunge stance on you. There you go.
you.
And that'll be Stavik. That takes us on to Zu'lin.
While Stavik's running up, Zu'lin's going to be following pretty close behind him. He gets about 20 feet from where Valentino is, and he's going to crouch down and take aim with a healing bolt in his crossbow,
Wonderful.
and is going to fire it into Valentino's back.
You got it. You need to hit a touch of 9, I believe. Sorry, 11. Apologies, 11. Touch of 11, because he's small.
You got it.
Because I assume you're not going to try to dodge the healing bolt.
No.
Okay. In that case, the target number is 11. All right. There we go. You fire your syringe bolt and get a 17 to hit. Valentino, you are struck with a syringe bolt and are healed for
A billion.
13.
That's pretty good.
Okay, I'll take it. That's
Not
pretty
bad,
good.
not
Yeah,
bad.
I'm happy with that.
All right. So you have yourself 13 HP back there.
It's actually really fucking
Anything
bad.
else? Anything else from Zu'lin?
That is his full turn, so...
You got it.
There you
Xander,
go.
you're bringing up the bottom of the initiative order. What would you like to do?
Xander is going to call out, Valentino, in or out?
What? This isn't the time?
Here
Of
or
his
there?
grip.
Oh, get me out of here.
Xander is going to take a 5-foot step forward, and once he does, he just looks in Valentino's direction, and he's gonna just swing his head a little bit to the right, and Valentino's body is going to immediately collapse in on itself, and he's going to reappear in the square flanking this guy opposite Bastion as I
Okay.
use my Dimensional Rift.
All right, you activate Dimensional Rift, which breaks the grapple effect and places Valentino in a flanking position.
Nice.
Thank you so much.
No
All right.
problem. And as for a move action, Xander is just going to facepalm.
Wonderful.
Louie gives him a good
That's my
pat
turn.
on his
That
shoulder.
brings us to the beginning of round 2, and that heavy breathing sound you heard in the woods suddenly becomes much louder as we take our second break for the evening.
Oh no.
Oh, yeah. Hello, checkers and pleasers, and welcome back to Fighting Abominations with Check Please.
Indeed. So before we get into round 2, I will ask if anyone here has craft alchemy. Go ahead and make me a check.
Let me check if
I
I
don't think
have
anyone
that.
does. Yeah, I don't think anyone does. We can just go over that. We can skip over it.
Yeah, we can just.
I don't need to do that.
Will dungeoneering work?
No.
That's a 32.
Damn it.
A 32.
A 30.
God
A
damn it.
32.
That's not high
Let's see.
enough, no.
It's good. It's a good roll. It's a little low for the DC I had set for
What the
this.
fuck?
Uh,
You're crazy.
Zu'lin.
Yes.
You are able to tell something interesting about this critter, and this mutant, this crazed abomination that is attacking you, is no normal human mortal form. No at all. No,
That's
no,
a
sir.
32 for sure.
This is an alchemically induced mutant. This is a creature that has been subjected to mutagens and various serums to cause massive tissue changes on the right side of their body, causing their right arm to burst into this horrible series of tentacles.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
What?
You saying that's gonna happen to us one day?
Yeah.
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 Fucking
This is-
sweet.
Yeah. This thing is this is an alchemically created mutant.
I see all pros here.
Yeah, I want to be a chaos spawn.
I see this as an absolute win.
What the fuck?
All right, so that brings us to the beginning of round 2, and the crazed mutant is going to make a 5-foot step to the east and will continue attacking, this time using the short sword against Valentino, of which he is going to get a 23 to miss, and then he will use his tentacles on Bastion, with which he will hit and do 7 points of bludgeoning slashing damage and also potentially grapple Bastion. He will grapple Bastion. All right, that is his turn. That takes us on to Bastion. Bastion is grappled, and we'll have to try to make a check here to see if he can get out of it. He rolls a nat 20 and is able to get
yeah.
out of the grapple.
Hey.
Okay,
Nice.
go
God
Bastion.
damn.
Let's go.
And that takes us on to the next initiative.
He's not able to move anymore or anything?
No, that was a full action
Okay.
to break free. The next thing that's going to happen is the silence of the forest is shattered with the deep guttural rasp of a predator's breath. The trees shudder, their limbs trembling as something massive moves beyond the undergrowth, just out of sight. The air grows thick with the scent of rotting meat and wet fur,
Ew.
an acrid musk that lingers on the tongue, sour and wrong. Then it steps forward. The beast is wolf-like, but only in the vaguest sense. Thick gray fur bristles along its spine, each strand matted and filthy, clumped with dried blood and filth. Where fur should extend down its flanks and limbs, however, there is only raw, exposed muscle, a tapestry of corded sinew and pulsing veins, slick with some unnatural secretion that gleams dark red. Its limbs are grotesquely long, its paws stretched into nightmarish form, the bone structure altered beyond recognition, hooked claws curved from the tips of its toes, not the tools of a wolf, but of a creature made for rending flesh. They dig into the earth as it moves, gouging deep furrows in the dirt with every step. Its head is a grotesque corruption of the natural order of things. Its snout is too long, too wide, splitting slightly at the seams as it pulls back its blackened lips, revealing rows upon rows of jagged teeth, some still lodged with remnants of past victims. Beneath its primary pair of white eyes are a second, smaller pair nestled in the hollow of its face, milky and sightless, twitching and blinking out of sync. But most disturbing is its spine protruding through the thick fur of its back, jagged spears of dense bone of uneven length, some snapped or worn down from impacts, others still razor sharp. Each step it takes makes them shift, flexing as though the beast's very skeleton is writhing out of its own flesh. Behind it, its tail lashes, a thick, muscle-bound appendage tipped with twin barbed weapons of bone, curved and wicked like a scorpion sting. The beast huffs, lowering itself into a hunter's stance, its many eyes locking on to victims, and then it moves. With a thunderous bound, it clears the space between the trees and the road, its claws tearing into the dirt, its tail lashing in anticipation, and it lunges, jaws yawning far too wide, hungry for the first taste of fresh prey. The alchemical beast enters combat.
Okay, what the fuck?
Mentally, I'm
Seems
like,
like a-
oh,
Why are you so close?
The alchemical beast rushes in, and what it's going to do is it's going to do two things on its way in. One, it's going to trigger your readied action, Stavik. It's also
Fuck
going to trigger an
yes.
attack of opportunity, so you actually get to swing at it twice.
fuck yes. Awesome. That makes me so happy.
Yay.
Oh,
That's the good news.
oh no. I don't think I'm going to like the bad news.
The bad news is it has pounce.
Oh no!
He wants to pounce
no,
on them
indeed.
bones, you know?
Yeah. So go ahead with your two attacks. Cool.
You need to be rolling better than that, by
It's
guy.
dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
All right, my
29.
Okay, the 29 is going to
Scared
hit.
for you.
The dirty 20 doesn't, but the 29 is going to land, and you do 10 points of slashing damage to the creature.
Let me. I have a.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to use a hero point on that first one.
Okay.
Because I don't. I feel like they need to use it.
Okay.
I feel like this guy needs to go down a little bit more.
Okay. Go ahead and roll another attack.
25.
25 will hit. So that is a
Yay!
shot for 10 and a shot for 12. You do 22 points of damage to the creature, and it is now injured on its way in. What it's going to do to you is it's going to pounce. So it gets a claw, bite, and then it also gets its rake attacks. So here we go.
Rake attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's carrying a rake. He forgot to describe that part.
Yeah.
It was taking care of some leaves, and now he's
Alright,
mad.
so
'cause
it's
we moved him around.
claw, bite, rake, tail. Is the whole. attack
Jesus
order.
tits!
Christ.
Uh,
This shit.
I made this shit.
Zu'lin Crowbottom, possibly one day.
No.
One day.
Give him time. So
Tomorrow.
you'll be very
Could be
happy to
yesterday.
know that I rolled on all of my attacks. 1, 2, 3, all 5 of them. Sorry, no, I did not roll those. Garbage on all of them. So
Garbage.
we got sub 10 the whole way through.
Oh, thank
So
God.
he is charging, so he's gonna get a +2. But I think okay, because he's charging. Let me actually add that onto him real quick. That will
Okay.
decrease his AC and increase his attack bonus. That will push one of his attacks to hit. So
thank
that's it. So charging is going to be activated on him. There we go. And one of his attacks is going to be a 26 to land. Sorry, 27 rather to land. Which is going to do bludgeoning slashing damage. So it's going to pierce your DR, and it'll hit you for 13. So that is all it does on all of its attacks. It only manages to get 1 through. So it rolled like I can't stress this enough. It rolled like crap. So that's its turn, and that takes us on to Valentino.
All right. Well, that really changes the circumstances here a little bit. Is this space behind him valid?
Yes.
I don't know
that's
how
valid.
tall this tree is and everything.
No, you're fine. You can go there. Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna do an acrobatics check to flip away from this motherfucker in front of me.
Sounds good. Go ahead. Success.
That's a 37. Jesus. All right.
Yep.
So half my movement means I can jump back here and give this boy a backstab.
You certainly can. And his AC has been lowered for charging as well, so
Brilliant.
should be
That
an
is a
easy
sneak
hit.
attack.
Mm-hmm.
And then flanking bonus. Let me mark that first real quick.
Yep, should be a little buff for it.
There we are. I'm gonna burn one more hero point.
Do it.
I want this to not be lame.
I mean, you have plenty of them, so go ahead. Burn a hero point and make that attack again. It's a d20 plus 11, and we'll keep the same damage roll, so just roll me a d20 plus 11.
All right, very well. That's a 30.
Fuck yeah.
That's what we're looking at. Is that a critical threat for you?
That would be, yeah. With a
Then
rapier.
roll again to confirm. And this time just roll an attack.
Oh,
Nat 20.
So it's a net 20 to confirm, so it will confirm. But since it wasn't a double 20 critical, it's not perfect. But it is still a
enough.
critical hit.
Okay.
So that's fantastic. So go ahead and roll another attack so we can get your damage doubled.
You got it.
And you can choose. Would you like a normal damage crit or a double damage crit?
I'm gonna go for the damage on this guy. I don't think
Okay.
the effects are gonna be what we want here.
Cool. In that case, a deep wound. The target takes double damage and has to make a fort save or become nauseated for 1 round. All right. He will pass and not be nauseated.
Damn.
But he will take double damage. In that case, that is going to be, let's see, 34?
Whew.
I believe
Goddamn.
would be the answer to that. Yeah. Cool. So a fine shot, well struck, and the target is near death. Alchemical Beast is almost dead.
Grab one of those spine the like spine columns coming out of his back and like stab him right underneath it and use that to pull land more easily.
It drives right down into its spine, and you can feel the meat separating from the bone. It is visceral. I think is how I'll put it.
It's look across the side and be like, that could have been you.
Anything
Don't
else
fuck
for Val?
around. That's all I can do.
All right, Louie, you have initiative.
Louie looked like he was ready to sprint over to a certain section before Valentino showed up, and he kind of skitters to a halt in his place, bumping into Xander. Sighs, looks at his book, flips a page back, and then casts another snowball at this spooky beast, man. The abomination! Doggy!
The alchemical beast. Okay, you got it.
Spooky Beast Man Abomination Doggy.
13 touch?
13 touch will land. You
Okay.
deal 11 points of cold damage. You want to put some spice in those dice?
Okay. So, kind of bumping into Xander when he falls back to not go forward. He rears back, and instead of hitting it kind of in the chest or anything like that, where he was originally aiming, his fallback instead aims his hand toward the wolf thing's head and just directly pierces through its skull as he regains his stance and then looks up to see that it's been killed. If you can call that killing something.
Yeah. Oh, it is. Yeah, the snowball pierces through the creature's skull, and it collapses with a final ragged gasp. You put it out of its misery.
Hell yeah.
Anything else from Louie?
That is it for him.
All right, that'll take us on then to Stavik.
Before Stavik kills this guy, I'm going to look at him and say, put your tentacles in the air.
Before continuing, Stavik turns to Zu'lin. Are these abominations potentially creations of a friend of yours?
Zu'lin just kind of looks if he could be offended.
The mask crumbles.
Like Kermit.
Friend,
we're still in lunch stance. So...
Friend, does this appear like anything that I've created before?
No.
I would hope that my creations are of a bit better quality.
He was asking about associates, though.
We're gonna take a 5-foot step.
Mm-hmm.
And we're gonna attack still in lunge stance.
Okay, you can make a full attack.
You got it. And full attack, baby. That's a nat 20 in there, and a 27.
Okay.
Nice, very nice. So 27 is going to hit for 12 points of damage, and your critical hit is going to land 27 hitting, obviously 21 confirming. Would you like a normal or double damage critical?
Double damage, please.
You got it.
Daily double.
And just because some people might hear that and that doesn't make sense, like why wouldn't you just take that? Because if you take the lower damage, you get a better effect that comes with it. So it's all balanced out. That's for the audience.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So slashing, that one is gonna be. So you want a double? So I'll grab you a double.
Decapitation.
2 normals in a row. There we go. Leg swipe. You deal double damage and the target is knocked prone. No save.
Ooh.
Fuck yes.
So you deal 25 damage and the target is knocked down.
God damn it. So close.
So he is proned and he is near death, hanging on by a thread. That is his turn, or that is, I believe, your action
my
there,
turn.
Stavik. Zu'lin, you are up, sir. What would you like to do?
Zu'lin takes one step forward, uncorks a bottle, puts a few powders in it, and will lob it.
Hell yeah. All right. I think even if you miss, he's fucked. I think there's the minimum damage on this is enough to kill him.
That's a 13 touch.
13 touch lands.
So I would put spice on this, but this just obliterates this thing.
Absolutely.
I
So
mean-
the bomb arcs through the air. It lands directly on this prone figure. It breaks on his chest and spreads this burning alchemical substance across his body. He lets out a garbled shriek of pain, and this burns with such intense heat that his corpse is not really recognizable after the blast is done with.
I'd say it
He
wasn't
is-
recognizable, so we started fighting him.
So the bomb goes off, and that ends combat.
Fuck yes.
Okay, can I be the first to say, what the fuck was that?
Sure.
Turns
What the
to
fuck was
Zu'lin.
that?
So first of all, how does Stavik know that this was alchemical?
Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing.
What the fuck?
Okay.
How about this?
What are you humming about? What betrayed me wouldn't have known?
How about this? Hey, Stavik, make an alchemy check. Anyways, Zu'lin is going to go to this giant, skewered as fuck wolf thing, and I'd like to make some alchemy checks to see if I can figure out what kind of serums were activated on it.
Absolutely. So yeah, the crazed mutant is in no condition to be examined, but you can examine the alchemical beast. So give me a craft alchemy check to examine the creature. I'll also take a heal check as well.
Okay.
Thought it was going to be a square wolf.
We can make
That
that
was a
happen.
scare wolf.
You know, with alchemy, that is probably the closest we will get to a square wolf, Skrewy.
Mm-hmm.
Right, that is a 33 for alchemy and a 13 for heal.
Okay. So I'll start with the heal. The creature appears to be, when it was alive, at least, it does not have any of the telltale signs of most alchemical creations. Most of the sorts of beasts and things you've seen that arise from alchemical sciences are usually chimeras that are made of stitching flesh together from various creatures, right? So you would amputate a limb from this and a limb from that, and you would graft them onto another living creature and suture them together, and then use various kinds of serums and chemical treatments to prevent the host from rejecting the limbs, right? And that's kind of like the standard in alchemical science. Like that is just simply how it is done. That is the way you'll find it in any part of Burgos. If someone wants to build a chimera, they're stitching stuff together. This creature does not have a single suture on its body. It is somehow, it was affected and grown in this specific way to turn it into this.
Yeah, I can assume that I can see muscle transforming in some sense, rather than it being separate muscles.
Correct. Yeah, you can tell that this thing had mutations that were induced into the creature. So this started as one creature and then was, instead of having pieces just flat grafted to it, it had the essence of other creatures added to it via mutagens and serums, and then it grew those new parts. So it is, in some ways, far more advanced than other alchemical constructs you've seen before. And the fact that crazed man with the tentacle arms also did not seem to have any noticeable suture marks on him. You think that he was a product of the same process.
Gotcha. Well, one thing I can note that these are definitely not naturally occurring creatures. This is definitely induced by some form of alchemist or the like. These are some kind of mutagens. Not completely dissimilar to those that I've been working on, but also a little bit more barbaric, I would say. This one seems to be festering.
All right, let me be the next to say, what the fuck was that, though? Like, mutations aside or whatever, like, were they waiting for us? Was this a robbery? What the fuck just happened?
Seems like some sort of trap almost, Xander's going to say as he's examining the body. Also, do I get anything with a 37 on my heal check?
Well, the body of the
dead.
man is charred beyond recognition. But the body of the alchemical beast, you can examine it, and you can tell that when this thing was alive, it must have been in terrible pain.
Yeah.
It was living an unnatural existence, and the various means that turned it into what it was left it in probably a constant state of pain, agony, and likely anger. So that would explain why it fought so ferociously.
Well, I will say that in terms of if it was a trap or not, there's a potential that this entire situation was just a test or a research opportunity. I would not be surprised if the individual who created it was not watching the encounter the whole time.
So you think they're still here?
There's a potential. I mean,
I'm
it
going
is
to, as
something-
soon as Zu'lin says that, I'm going to cast invisibility. And I would like to start fanning out and see if I can find anyone.
Louie's also been kind of looking along the tree line since the
Yeah.
combat ended.
So looking around the tree line and examining the area, you don't notice any more creatures or people lying in wait. So
Okay.
you do seem to be alone here now.
I can say it does appear that these seem to be more commonplace carts. I don't see anything in particular about these carts. It just seems like regular.
Yeah, regular like wagons. They were covered at some point, but they were shredded and burned. So
But, like,
the wagon
grains and
covers are
stuff,
are
right?
destroyed now. What's that?
It's like grains and stuff. That's-
Yeah, grains and various other stuff, but it looks like anything of value might be already picked over, and the rest of it has just been smashed along the ground here. Dawn approaches from the rest of your wagon carriage there, and she approaches to see what's happened. She walks up to make sure
Oh.
Stavik's okay.
Dawn, I'm so sorry we woke you.
No, it's fine. I heard shouting and magic, and I got here as quick as I could. Sorry, I'm not used to sleeping.
Oh, yeah,
I
it's
hope it was
badass.
restful.
Oh, sorry, right behind you.
Oh. And Dawn turns around looking for Valentino, but is unable to spot you. You are far too stealthy.
He'll appear in a couple of minutes.
Is this the question is, are the carts in the they're off the main road, correct? They're not like if we would it be useful for us to push them off to the side?
You can if you want.
Would it be useful to us? Probably not.
No,
It
but
doesn't
it's
really
the
matter
pool.
either way.
Oh,
You
fair
can get
enough.
around them easily enough.
Yeah, but like good for other people who might be on this road.
Mhm.
Sure.
I said good, good for us. Not really.
So if
first-
anyone... Okay, ahead.
Oh, good. What's that?
I was going to say if anyone wants to make a survival check to see if you can find
Sure.
any other information about this place, you're welcome to do so.
18?
Yes.
14.
It's a 19.
Mm.
It's an 18.
It's a 19. Jesus.
19 is our highest, and we've been rolling. This was
Wow.
with some really good rolls.
You
None
guys
of
don't
us
notice...
are any good at surviving.
You don't
I've got
notice
plus 10.
anything around here that seems useful or interesting as far as stuff goes. You look around and you see just what looks like the chaotic mess of a battle has happened here. So there's just a number of tracks and gouges in the ground, but you can't really make sense of much of it.
Can we tell anything from the bodies that were not the enemy combatants?
Chewed upon, slashed, choked, things like that. Those seem to be the standard methods of killing.
As one does.
Excuse me.
What the hell?
There's something else you want to tell us?
Hey, Dawn, you want to step
Carl.
away from him?
Stop. Who knows more about your wife?
Xander is gonna begin gathering the bodies, obviously not of the wolf.
Okay.
Zoom would like to do some tests on these bodies as well.
Sure.
Before
What would
they're
you like to do?
Zoom would like to utilize his typical operation on them.
Okay. Yeah, you do so.
I would like to autopsy them.
Okay. I'll take a heal check then for the autopsy.
I assume
would
these are.
assist-
Sorry.
Oh, Stavik would assist in basically helping, kind of like lining them up,
Sure.
to be respectful.
I assume that these are pretty fresh.
Yeah, relatively fresh.
Okay.
So an hour passes, and you guys do what you need to do on those bodies. Xander, you make your heal check for the autopsies, and you can find that it seems like pretty much all of the people here perished in violent manner. It looks like the alchemical beast chewed on most of them, but there's one that definitely died from strangulation, probably by tentacle. So,
Gotcha.
How many dead are there?
4.
Okay.
4 bodies all told.
After his operation, Zu'lin will make his way over to the giant wolf and will attempt to gather as much material from its spine as well as some of the more egregiously mutated parts so that he can research them.
The spinal fluid, when you tap into it with one of your syringes, it comes in as almost a tar-like substance. It's actually so thick it won't properly enter your syringe.
Okay.
Gross.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he was mad.
In that
That-
case,
I would-
what Zu'lin's going to do is he's going to cut out a large portion of it and start with the scalpel, basically funneling it into its own vial.
Sounds good. You get some of this black blood substance, this strange this tar-like unguent, and you put it into a vial.
Xander would like to collect some as well, and then also shave off a little bit of the bone spikes.
Okay. So while this is all happening, what is Louie up to?
Oh, he's just trying not to throw up currently. He's hanging out in the back over there. Don't mind him. He just doesn't handle bodies that are bloody and dead and stuff very well. Especially not in this
people.
state.
Got people doing surgery out here. People hauling carts off of the road, and we got Lou over here trying his best not to throw up.
Yeah, he's just
Bastion will, come over there and try to keep you company, at least keep your mind off of things.
I wish I was more help with this stuff, but it's not for me. I'm sorry.
I mean, look, that's why we let the experts handle this stuff,
Yeah, they're used to that kind of thing, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Chopping up
As-
bodies is not my
Ugh.
preferred method of doing anything.
As the experts are just in there, like,
Just elbow deep in these corpses,
Just
rooting around.
desensitized. It's all good.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Dawn is standing around in the middle of the carnage and looking around at everything, and she just sort of looks at Stavik and says, "So, are you going to follow the trail?
Sivat?
The trail that they left?" And she'll point off in a direction.
What the fuck does that mean? Yeah, we'll follow it. Help me with this cart.
Yes. Dawn has found a trail. Yes. Leads the way.
All right. And Dawn will head off into the woods.
Oh, fuck.
Wait, what's going on?
We're apparently following a trail.
Why?
Zu'lin will jump down off of this thing.
Oh.
Wishing I didn't have my
These-
invisible.
Creatures are in agony.
Yeah, when we're done with them.
We'll save them then. Oh, it's across over here. Come on.
Dawn will lean in to Stavik and say, "I told you I was a tracker."
But are you attractive?
Fantastic job.
Oh my God, Xeno, you can't just ask that.
She seems quite proud of herself that she's being helpful. And
She should.
she will
Yeah.
lead you guys in a direction.
Leaves us in circles for a while. Just turns out to be absolute dog shit tracker.
There actually was no track.
There was no trail. She just like made it up in the hope there would be eventually. Oh fuck.
So as you travel into the woods, every decent amount of time, 50 paces or so, you'll find a splat of foul-smelling blood. And then she continues following this trail that she claims is here, but again, about every 50 paces or so, there's a of decent-sized blood splatter on the ground that smells foul and has gathered flies.
Oh, it smells awful.
And as you guys make your way through that forest trail, you finally end up at a different place altogether. The forest thins as you follow the trail of blood, each dark smear stark against the muddy ground and tangled undergrowth. The scent of damp rot thickens in the air here, mingling with the sharp tang of old wood and stagnant water. Then, through the gnarled trees, you can see it. A ruin of a farmhouse. Barely standing, swallowed by time and neglect. Once, long ago, it might have been a humble but sturdy home, but now it is a corpse of a building. Its skeletal frame is broken and sagging beneath the weight of years. The roof has partially caved in, leaving jagged wooden beams exposed like ribs beneath rotting shingles. Most of the windows are shattered, frames are splintered, leaving only gaping holes that stare out into the woods like empty eye sockets. Weeds and thorny vines have claimed what little remains of the structure, their twisted coils crawling up the cracked walls, choking the decayed wood beneath them. The front door hangs ajar. Apologies, do I not have a light turned on? Sorry about that. There's
it's
daylight.
dark.
The front door hangs ajar, barely clinging to the rusted hinges. Its bottom half is missing, as if something tore through it in desperation. A quick glance inside reveals nothing but ruin. Collapsed ceiling, where the upper floor once stood, waterlogged furniture, and a broken shelving unit coated in the thick layers of dust and neglect. The remains of a long-dead hearth sit cold and crumbling in the center of the ruin, its stonework blackened, ancient soot, with no recent signs of life. But the blood trail does not go into the house. It winds around the western side of the house, past a collapsed wooden fence, and in through a tangled series of weeds and patches of fungal growth, leading directly to a dark, yawning cellar door left wide open. The old wooden doors, heavy and iron-bound, rest against the ground at unnatural angles, as if someone or something had forced them open from below. The stone frame around the entrance is damp, slick with moss and years of decay. The air that drifts from the lightless depths is stale and thick with the sour scent of chemicals, sweat, and something far fouler beneath it all. The silence in this area is absolute, broken only by the occasional creak of rotting wood, as though the very house is breathing in this windless void. The way down into the cellar beckons. Whatever is hiding waits beneath this forsaken place.
Oh. Oh no.
Fantastic job, Don.
Thank you, Stavik. I just noticed the trail, that's all.
Yeah,
Yes,
good
but you
work.
also tracked it to here.
Now we need to figure out how we want to handle this situation. If there's more of those things in here. Or we just wouldn't hide, alright. You know
I
what?
feel we
I
need to
don't
end
see
this suffering.
anything through the house right now.
I'm gonna cast invisibility again.
Valentino, is it? I'm assuming this is all too wet to burn.
Burn the place down?
Anything in there? As
I think we should take a
Xander
look first.
suggests.
There
But I
may still
agree, I
be
mean, we could do that.
victims.
Yeah, exactly. There could be some people alive in there, or there could be people somewhere else, kept somewhere else, and there could be clues for that.
If there's
I agree,
something
yeah.
that we'd have to kill that's in pain, I would rather it be a swift death than one of
Burning
either
alive, yeah.
suffocation or burning.
Yes. Let's go through the cellars and then we can check out the house when we have time after we've made sure there are no threats down there.
Okay. Everyone be really cautious, okay?
Of course.
Okay, so the trek through the woods took 10 minutes. So any
Alright.
long duration buffs or any minute per level buffs have probably burned out by now.
Then I'm gonna recast Expeditious Retreat
Okay, go for it.
and Shield.
Go for it.
The mutagens should still, the strength mutagen should still be on there, correct? No, we did all that stuff up in the. Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alrighty, Bastion gathers up by the cellar door and waits. So
We'll scout ahead since I'm invisible.
it smells pretty shitty down there, like actually like shit.
Yeah,
Who wants to go first?
Well, as Valentino is saying, he is invisible. It might give us the edge we need.
Louie takes
Okay.
out a little half mask and dabbles something in it and then puts it over his face.
Lovely.
Not that it's visible anymore. Val will throw his scarf over his mouth. And
It literally smells like flowers to Zu'lin.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Smells like nothing to
Question:
me.
Did Requiem and Rhapsody come with us?
If you wanted them to, yeah.
Yes, they would be near to Dawn.
Okay.
that name is gonna take some getting used to. I'm keeping like, what the fuck does that mean? Near to dawn.
Yeah.
So they're gonna be in the side,
another
like,
Xander
eastern
rhythm.
side.
Not gonna lie, she looks like she would be in command of them.
She does.
Simp.
Maybe I can turn her into a necromancer. That's a great idea.
We'll find Karis's old notes, and it'll be like she's back with the party all over again.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I can turn her into a necromancer. Just give me the spinal fluid of a necromancer, and I can work
Yeah.
wonders.
That's how you make necromancers, right? Is you feed them the spinal fluid of a... Yeah, it's perfect.
I need my spinal fluid, thanks.
I need an adult.
No, thank you.
Actually, who am I kidding? No, I don't.
Hungry. Give me that spinal fluid.
I don't know.
Give me spinal fluid now.
My
Amazing.
God.
All right, is Valentino going in then?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Or
waiting
scouting
for-
ahead?
I was gonna make a stealth check whenever ready for it.
Yep. So I'm just gonna slap everybody down onto another map and put Valentino ahead of everybody, and let
Okay.
you guys do this.
Okay.
Did you just before we go any further? Dawn steps up as if she's gonna go with you guys down into the cellar.
Cool.
Anybody gonna stop her?
Dawn, do you
Yes,
have your
Stavik?
do you have your spear with you?
Of course. She holds up her javelins.
It's so big. How'd you miss this?
Do you think do you think you'll have space in there with them, or do you think would you need
Him will take his bastard sword.
would you prefer this?
That might be hard to wield, but if I need to, I can. It shouldn't be that hard to use. Do you want to
Hang
handle
on
your
to it
bastard
for me.
sword?
Yeah,
Okay.
hang on to
So
the
the-
bastard sword for staff.
Sure. So open up your character sheet
Yep. And I shall
Go to your
give them my
inventory?
best.
and then drag and drop your bastard sword from your inventory directly onto her
Yep.
token.
Oh, that'll work. Okay.
Is she able to use the
Bastards.
bastard sword?
Yeah,
You
he's a
know
ranger.
that's
Okay.
an heirloom from Stavik's family.
Yes.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's practically a wedding
This
ring.
has been- This is one of the things I took when I was disowned.
She runs her fingers across the blade. Then I'll do my very best to make sure I keep it in good order for you.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Valentino?
Valentino's already gone in.
Alrighty.
Valentino?
Ooh.
And
Is
with
he just being
that,
very stealthy right
I
now?
think he's gone, guys.
we make
The
our
rest
way
of the
down
session,
into
We'll just check.
the underground lair. All right. Valentino, you are ahead of the group. You make your way down the flight of stairs into this chamber, and ahead of you, as you approach, I will describe what you see. So go ahead and move yourself up to the room, and I'll tell you what you see in there. The air grows thick and humid as the stairs descend into the suffocating darkness. The weight of earth pressing down on all sides. The scent is the first thing that hits you. Coppery blood, acrid sweat, and the sickly sweet rot of flesh. The space beyond the stairwell is dimly lit by dying lanterns. Glass panes are smeared with filth, casting flickering shadows that seem to slither across the walls here. The chamber is wide, with an uneven stone floor stained nearly black with dried blood, pooling in the cracks and seams, painting a gruesome history of suffering. There are patches of fur, coarse and matted, clinging to the damp stone, mingling with shreds of shed scales, splintered claws, and other items that litter the ground like the discarded remnants of a warped bestial menagerie. More disturbing still are the scattered teeth, some broken, some whole, but all far too large to have belonged to anything remotely natural. They glint in the dim light, mixed with the occasional blackened talon or twisted horn, remnants of whatever monstrous things were forced to fight here. The walls bear deep, jagged gouges where something desperate or enraged once scraped against the stone, marking its territory or perhaps its last stand. You have descended down the staircase to the west that leads back out to the surface, which is the only true exit to this place. To the south, however, is a heavily bound iron door. It is reinforced, thick and unyielding, as though meant to keep something inside rather than out. The metal is stained, streaked with old rusted handprints and deep scratch marks, signs of things that once begged or howled for escape. A single low, muffled sound, something between a snarl and a groan, can be heard on the other side.
Ugh.
To the east and the south there is another door, solid, its edges sealed with a greasy sheen of alchemical residue, a stark contrast to the gore of the room. This one is reinforced with bands of brass, and there is a faint humming coming from the side and an unnatural chill, as though whatever lurks beyond is preserved or contained. In this place of blood and ruin, something terrible has happened, and something terrible is still happening. What would you like to do, Valentino?
I'd like to check the room for traps first.
Give me a perception.
That is a 21.
You look around the room and you do not notice any traps of any kind. Nor do you notice any particular locking mechanisms on either of these doors, though they are securely shut, particularly the one in the south.
All right, then we're gonna draw one of my swords and give a little tap on one of the walls of the hall behind me, and call back, "First room is clear."
Okay. Bastion moves forward as well.
Okay. Can't see. Really dark in
Requiem,
there.
Rhapsody, and Dawn also move into the space. The rest of you can now be delighted and have all your senses played with by the wonders of this room.
Oh, it's all right.
So which way are we going? I'm gonna keep scouting ahead.
Possibly the less
Fortified
ominous
door.
looking door. Yes.
All right. I'll check back with you if it's safe, or if it's not. All right, and I'm gonna go reach for that door.
Okay. You reach for that door. And as you do, you push the door open. This is the brass reinforced door. It opens up ahead of you, and inside you can see what is some kind of laboratory. There is a number of tables, chairs, and things. And as you get in there and closer, I will read what it is you can see.
Can I roll a stealth check, by the way?
Yeah,
Been
you
wanting
can
to
roll
since
stealth.
we've entered here.
Yeah, you can roll a stealth check. Remember, you get a plus 20 with stealth with invisibility.
Yeah, I'm very happy for that right now.
Yeah.
That is a 55.
Hooray!
It's pretty good.
It's pretty
Oh
good.
boy.
It's pretty good.
Oh,
So-
boy.
The moment the door swings open to the lab, heat and the acrid scent of chemicals wash over all of your senses. The air here is thick with fumes, stinking of burnt herbs, metallic extracts, and something far worse, something organic. A haze of alchemical smoke hangs low in the room, carrying with it the acrid tang of distilled reagents, the sharp bile of acid vapor, and the pungent rot of failed concoctions left to stagnate. The room is chaos refined into precision. Along the western wall, so directly to your north, are rows of alchemical workbenches, cluttered with glassware, tubes twisting and spiraling between burners and beakers. Bubbling mixtures churn in their flasks, glowing with hues of sickly green, putrid orange, and deep venomous crimson. Condenser tubes drip purified extracts into waiting vials, while delicate filaments of smoke rise from other solutions winding into the air like ghostly fingers. The table on the south side of the room is stained and scarred. A workbench of horrors where flesh and alchemy meet. Bone saws and surgical tools lie amid the blood-blackened cloth, metal edges dulled from overuse. The surface is sticky, smeared with remnants of something carved and abandoned. To the northeast and east are two round tables set up for detailed refinements, one bearing delicate instruments, the other covered in brittle scrolls and handwritten notes. Formulas scrawled across parchment in a maddening, cramped script. Hundreds, no, thousands of bottles, flasks, and vials line the shelves and tables, stacked in organized disorder. Their contents are boiling, fermenting, and reacting in endless permutations of madness. Then, the thing moves. In the corner of the lab is a monstrous shape. It lurches forward, its flesh shifting and fixing as it stirs to life. At first, it seems like a towering, hulking humanoid. Its muscle-bound form crisscrossed with jagged, irregular patches of skin. Some pieces are jutting out at awkward angles, but all appear to be fused through alchemical forces. There are bony protrusions jutting from its shoulders, elbows, and spine, like the remains of creatures fighting for space within the same vessel. But the worst is the creature's head, or rather, its lack of one. Where its head should be, there is only a gaping, misshapen chest, with which rises a massive set of jaws curved upwards like a nightmarish maw bursting from its shoulders. Thick ropes of muscle frame the teeth, stretching and contracting as the creature flexes, and there, lurking inside its terrible mouth, is its true head, a fleshless skull mounted upon the tip of a monstrous tongue, bobbing and weaving with an unnatural rhythm. Two bulging, glassy eyes remain stuffed into the bone of the skull, unblinking, fixed upon the intruders. The tongue-like tendril pulses as it moves, and the hollow visage twitches as if tasting the air. And then it lunges toward you. Its massive arms, thick as tree trunks, swing outward, cracking stone where its claws meet the walls. Its tongue whip snaps forward, its jaw-like cavity of its torso splitting further apart, revealing more rows of jagged yellowed teeth within its awful gullet-like cavity. A deep, gurgling growl bubbles up from somewhere deep within its body, a sound more bestial than human, yet carrying something intelligent, something aware of itself. The monstrosity is moving toward you.
Is it though? So is with 30 with a 55 he still knows where I am?
It is not hunting based on sight.
I mean, I figured stealth was based with other things too. Would a 35 not be good?
But like scent.
Yeah, it can smell you, and it also has tremor sense.
Okay.
And also,
So
we're in the other room.
you're not too far away. So what we'll do is roll some initiatives at that point. I'll actually put it.
Yeah. I was gonna say.
We'll wait for the initiative roll before we move it. Oh yeah,
Who's
he
in that
gets a
one?
0.
Oh. Wow, I got higher than that one. Okay, good. Whew.
Yeah, you nat 1 to beat him in initiative because he has a -1 modifier. All right. Could I get initiative from Zu'lin and Louie, please?
Yeah, sorry. I was busy freaking out. Keni was busy freaking out about
Louie's
this.
gonna be puking in the corner again.
How do you like my descriptions, guys?
They're so
Great.
tasty.
They are really tasty. Also make me want to die.
Making me kind of hungry,
Perfect.
actually.
No notes.
Shane, no.
Shane, yes.
Just describe him a friendly guy. I don't know the.
Mm-hmm.
But
Just wants
to
but
kiss.
you weren't expecting such a hungry guy.
Oh, that's a friend. That's a friend. Come on.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
If not
All
friend,
right.
why friend shaped?
Combat begins, and Bastion wins initiative with a nat 20.
Fuck yeah,
2707 is what he's got. So he's going to move forward. Upon sensing that
Freaky
danger
thing in here.
has happened, and he's going to move up 30 feet to see the creature, and he's going to say, "Fuck that!" And he's going to use his second action to move back into the room.
We could. What's going on?
Zu'lin, you have initiative. Bastion says, "Big fucking monster, ugly, big ugly monster."
Okay, what if we lure it in here and then get rid of it that way?
Sure, yeah, whatever you say. That sounds great.
Are you okay? No. The answer was no. Got it.
Zoom
Is it big enough? Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Is it
bigger
big
than
enough to get in here? How large is it?
It would have to squeeze to get through that passage.
That's a good
Let's
thing,
make
right?
it squeeze.
All right, Zu'lin is going to move behind Stavik and is going to ready some of the powder to place in one of his flasks, and basically ready to throw a bomb as soon as he sees like some creature. coming in front of
Fantastic.
it.
Done and done. You ready a bomb. Stavik, what would you like to do?
So cannot see into the room.
You guys move
He'll
up to
call
see
out-
into the room.
Could, or I could
Yeah.
have him try to come in here and squeeze through, and I stand there and make a plug.
Yeah, you can
Good.
do that too.
And then Val can come behind them and go.
You sure you don't want to
"Step,
double
step,
move
step,
into
step,
the room and fight him in like melee?
What's that, bro?
I was just didn't know if you wanted to move. You could double move into the room and fight him in melee. I mean, that might be fun.
You see, we have a contract where we have to die in every episode, so
I'm just trying to give the people what they want. Okay.
Die.
No, that's what the lady snowman says, or something along those lines.
Oh,
hey,
you're right.
die,
Mhm.
freedom.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Elemental assassin, being weird. Yes.
I think I want to just take a 5-foot step and then ready an action for him when he comes into range. But
Okay. Are you adopting lunge stance or not?
no, because
Okay.
I don't know how big this thing is.
But if
So
you do lunge and he moves all the way up to you, then you will get 2 attacks like last time, and if he doesn't, then you'll get 1.
oh, that's very true. I did not think of it that way. Then yes, I think that's a very good idea. Then
Okay. So
we
5
shall
step
take a
adopting
lunge.
lunge stance. That's fine.
Yep.
And then ready in action to attack anything that gets within range of you.
Correct.
You got it. Okay. That will take us on then to Louie.
All right. He's gonna get in here. Is there anyone I can be in front of, or should I not? I just want to know where I'm least inconvenient.
Stay
Stavik.
away from Stavik.
Got it. He marches over to Xander and just folds his hands and starts preparing his spell book. He's gonna hold an action for seeing this beastie for a snowball, pretty much.
Holding your action for a snowball. You got it.
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay. That takes us on to Xander.
Xander is going to be holding his action as well. He's got his hands kind of raised to his face, and he's staring intently ahead to drop a curse.
By the way, I can't
You
see
got
that
it.
hallway. It's cool. I'll just wait until.
Snap!
I'm sure I'll see it eventually. It'll be like near it, right? I can see through it, just not the actual hallway. It's just really dark there. I don't actually understand how that works, like, in actual light, though. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why is that hallway, like, dark, but I can see the room after it? Like, how does that work?
Light is fucky that way.
That's not
And that's going to be it for me.
All right. All right. That takes us on to Dawn. She's going to move down 20 feet and pull out one of her trusty javelins, ready an attack to throw it as soon as she sees an enemy. Valentino, bottom of the initiative order. What would you like to do?
All right. So range attack for a sneak attack, you need to be 30 feet away, don't you? 30 or
Yes.
less. All right,
Yeah.
balls. Then I'm gonna run past Stavik. Normally, I'd give him a little pat in the leg to affirm, like let him know that I'm running by. But I'm worried that that's gonna make him. He's just gonna feel something touch him and attack. So I don't do
Honestly,
Mood.
that's a smart move. You
Yeah.
chose wisely there.
that. But I will prepare an action. I'm gonna join the preparing action train with a shot from my crossbow to potentially sneak attack this fucker
Okay.
as soon as he gets to the end of the hallway.
You got it. You hold an action to attack with a ranged attack as soon as you get into range with him. And
Yes.
end your turn.
Oop, sorry.
That takes us to the end of the round. The alchemical abomination is up. And it is going to double move to get to the entrance to the room. As it does so,
Oh, cool.
It's the biggest surprise fucker moment of all time.
yeah, it scrabbles up to the edge of this way, this hall. It's too big to fit inside, so it'll have to like squeeze itself in really awkwardly to get through that little hallway. And what it's gonna do is it stands there and looks at all of you. It like tentatively reaches an arm out to get into the hall, like to grab at Stavik, but it can't reach. And that is its turn.
Cool.
That's going to trigger
Well-
some held actions.
Yeah.
So, let's see. Valentino, you had a held action. Dawn had a held action. Louie had a held action.
I'm
What
gonna
was
go
Xander
after
doing?
Xander.
Xander was also cursing.
Cursing. Okay. So, yeah, we'll go ahead here. So, we'll start with a snowball. That is a touch 18. That'll hit for 19 points of cold damage. It's good stuff. Target is barely injured.
Uh-oh.
Dawn is going to throw a javelin. That is going to stick in its hard flesh meats and do no damage.
Yeah,
Damn it.
that's about right.
Valentino, you have an action held as well. And Xander, you have a curse ready, so go ahead.
I'm gonna go
Yes.
after Xander in case that might help me, and also I figured that with initiative order I would go after him.
Sure. This one isn't going to help you, but what do its eyes look like again, Beardy?
So its eyes look like these lidless orbs inside of a skinless skull that is mounted to the tip of a muscled tongue inside of its chest mouth.
Perfect. Awesome.
Yeah.
So Louie's going to see this because he's right next to Xander. Xander is going to cover his eyes, and then when he pulls his hands apart, his eyes are the creature's eyes, and the creature's eyes are his eyes. And then he is going to just like bare his fingers and then dig them into the sockets.
Oh, God!
As he does, the Xander's eyes are going to immediately start squinting really hard, and then they're going to tear up with stardust as I drop that curse on him.
Okay, go ahead and do your action there.
Yes, he is going to take a -2 penalty to attacks and perception checks for 3 rounds. There is no save for this.
Okay.
Are Zu'lin and Xander in a competition for who's the most upsetting?
I mean, I need to really up my game though now. So
You put up a pretty good showing today. I don't know.
Use that on me.
I did use that on you.
Okay.
It was much more gentle, though.
It was much more gentle, less eye poking. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Is
it.
there a bonus to attacking for being invisible? I forgot.
No. You don't
Okay.
get a bonus to attack. They get a penalty to their defense.
I see.
Right.
And that is a 13 to hit.
That is a 13 to hit. That is not going to do anything, sadly.
Oh.
So the shot is going to strike, but it's going to stick in some of its hardened, fleshy muscle bits and just do nothing to it. It doesn't seem to have struck in any place that it cares about. Most of its body seems to be this strange, like, just amalgamation of bone and muscle. Like, the creature is obviously, like, humanoid, and there are recognizable human parts in the creature, but it definitely looks like it's more than one human body worth of parts. So it's a weird amalgam critter.
You're telling me.
Yeah. So anyway, as
am I able to also have my bomb?
Oh yeah, sorry, you also had a held action. Go ahead.
So
Yeah.
just I will say
Get the fucker!
that typically I get 20 range.
Uh-huh.
The square is out of range, but as he was reaching, would I have been able to hit his arm with a bomb?
I mean, your range is more than 20 feet. I mean,
Is it?
yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. You could throw away. You could throw more than 20. Like, the difference is you take a -2 to the shot after 20
Oh,
feet.
is that right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
But you can throw
It's
like
just range
3 range
increments.
increments. Yeah.
Mhm.
You could throw like 60 feet out. You just take a penalty, but it's not a huge penalty because it all gets touch anyway.
Right, it's
So-
touch.
Yeah. So you could throw a bomb, just take a -2 to the shot. Yeah,
Righty.
easy. Easy,
Right.
easy, easy. So it'll be a 16. Easy touch. This thing is big anyway, so its touch is crap. And the bomb hits the creature and explodes, doing 16 points of fire damage. And it is going to feel that. So there we go. It is still in the barely injured track, though. All right. Was there anything spectacular about that bomb, or was it just a standard bomb?
I
Well,
think
it
all
was
these bombs are pretty spectacular.
it was going to be blinding. In fact, actually, it was blinding when I was
Blinding
first
bomb?
making
Okay.
it. But I don't know
Okay.
if that's going to affect Xander now.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, so it's a
Okay,
sand
so that was
bomb.
a sand bomb. Okay, so it gets a creature takes direct hit. The sand bomb is blinded for 1 round. Okay, there we go. So it is blinded for a round after that, and that was your held action. That takes us on to the beginning of round 2, and where we will pause for the week.
Oh my god. See you all next week, bitches.
Thanks for listening. As always, special thanks to William Succi and Andreas Pichler for the intro and outro themes, and Emily Roll for Fantasy for this episode soundtrack. Interested in following us on social media? Follow us on Twitter at CheckPleaseDND. Or want to support the podcast and be part of the Czech Republic? Go to our Patreon under the Czech Republic. Until next time.